first race of the Ginetta Junior Winter Series then set to get underway. It is a 20-minute race rather than a set number of laps. It's against the clock. Cars making their way to the one-by-one staggered grid. David Addison overlooking Woodcote. Quick check that up at Beckett's Alistair Douglas is all good to go for what should be a pretty dramatic race, Alistair.
Yes, absolutely. Always good, the Ginetta Juniors. And it was at this meeting last year, the Winter Series, that we first found Rocco Coronel, who proved to be the champion in the main series.
Yes, and the Ginetta Championship Awards were last weekend. Dad Tom was there in noisy fashion. Rocco's mum, Pauline Svart, used to race as well, so good racing family. We'll see who the next one is. Jarrett Clark on pole position, celebrating his 15th birthday today, and Jarrett Clark on pole with Lewis Goff lining up alongside. Third on the grid, Torin Byrne, and Noah Young starting fourth ahead of Colin Cronin and Revy Lake sixth. Seventh on the grid, Sebastian Leuch, and it is Harry Bartle who will round out the top eight ahead of Jesse Phillips and Josh Watts. Riley Cranham is on the sixth row alongside the Spanish driver Raul Zozaran, Jacob Ashcroft and Jamie Ambrose on the next row of the grid ahead of Henry Cameron and American driver Emma Scarborough to start 16th. 17th is Vladislav Tomenchuk ahead of Kai Veitch, then Luke Walton and Savo Solonchenko to round out the grid. It's a one-by-one staggered grid. They're all there, they're all present and correct, and they will get one final formation lap just to get a bit of warmth into the tyres once the grid is cleared. A little bit of concern possibly around number 13. I think it's not so much the car actually, it's tape onto the wall, so drivers wanting to know where they need to line up, although they've got the grid markers in front of them. If they can look to the right hand side and see the bit of sticky tape on the pit wall, they know exactly where to line up. Gate goes together, everybody's off the grid. So Jarrett Clark then, can he convert pole position on his 15th birthday into a race win? He has been rapid this past season within the Junior Championship with a couple of second places. They came in the Donington finale at the end of the year. Number 4, Lewis Goff, with him at the front of the grid. Torin Byrne starts third, having moved from karts into juniors at the back end of 2024, but father Sean used to be a very successful Caterham racer and Caterham champion. Fourth on the grid, number 95, Noah Young, another driver that's been in the Junior Championship, the National Championship, if you like, this season, although his best result was only a 7th place, so we've not had him on the podium before. He might well be one to watch here. Fifth is Colin Cronin, number 75, who came into the Junior Championship back in 2024. Runner-up in the Winter Series that year, was a race winner in the main championship. This season was only a race runner-up. He finished 6th in the championship, in the main championship, the national championship, but wasn't a race winner. So Colin Cronin, under normal circumstances, you'd expect to be one to watch. And then you've got Revy Lake, whose father Stephen is the man behind the Mahiki British GT team. Best rookie, or best freshman, I should say, in the Junior Championship this year for drivers totally new to car racing. Revy Lake, one to watch, I think, from 6th on the grid. Road nice and dry now, and cars turning their way out of Beckett's Alistair down Wellington Straight.
Yes, behind the safety car, bringing them round, which I presume will peel into the pit lane, but a good grid of 20 cars going by, and no longer are they in the standard Ginetta colours of orange and black and white. We now get different colours like grey and black and green.
And sometimes Red Bull. We have had a couple of Red Bull.
Yes. Rocco Coronel was a Red Bull driver last year, wasn't he?
And Scott Lindblom. And it was suggested at the Ginetta Awards last weekend that there might be another Formula 1 link coming into junior racing next year. Ponder which team that might be, but Ginetta Juniors has continuously proved stars, whether they go into Formula 1 in the case of Lando Norris, or go on to have touring car success or sports car success. It's got a really, really impressive roster over the years, and it's positioned itself, even though it's no longer part of the touring car package, still as the Junior Championship, and perhaps hooking up in a GT paddock has been an even better move for it. So to the grid they come, and as soon as the last driver in place, which will be Savo Solonchenko in the MDD car, is where he needs to be, we can get the green flag shown at the back. Drivers then will look towards the lights. It is going to be 20 minutes on the clock. So to get the first race of the weekend at the 25th anniversary of the Walter Hayes Trophy underway, Savo Solonchenko's car sort of lurches slightly into where it is meant to be, but the green flag shown at the back. We're all good to go then. 20 minutes on the clock. Drivers look towards the gantry. The Silverstone gantry has a 5-second board displayed first up. Then the lights in a moment should go red. They do. Engine notes will rise. The lights go out now. It is blast off. And the best start of all comes from the second row, I reckon. Torrin Byrne. Not a great start by the pole man, Jarrett Clark, but he is going to be able to hang on to the race lead as they dive down towards Copse Corner for the first time. So Jarrett Clark leads the way, but up into second place, the quick starting Torrin Byrne. They go through the right-hander and head up towards Maggots and then Beckett's for the first time.
Indeed they are, yes, and it is still the grey car of Jarrett Clark that leads, but right in behind him, as you say, Torrin Byrne after that very good start indeed. Colin Cronin, even better start perhaps from 5th up to 3rd. He's right behind, so it's those three leading, and then in 4th place is Lewis Goff, number 4 from the front row, so not such a good start for him. And then next up is Revy Lake, number 83 in 5th place. As they come under the bridge for the first time, they all, as always, fan out, trying to get the best line for Brooklands.
And it was briefly Torrin Byrne in the lead, but he's on the outside line diving down towards Brooklands. It's Jarrett Clark on the inside line who goes back through to take over the race lead. Colin Cronin in the yellow car right there in 3rd place as they come towards Luffield for the first time. In 4th place, trying to join the party, Lewis Goff, recovering after his not so brilliant start. So it's 4 for the lead as they come out of Luffield for the first time into Woodcote, with just at the head of the queue Jarrett Clark, the Anglo-Australian, ahead of Torrin Byrne in 2nd place. 3rd across the line is Cronin, 4th is Goff, and then 5th is everybody else pretty much, just about headed by number 73, which is Harry Bartle. He's made a bit of progress. It's one long line then as they descend upon Copse Corner. Bartle, it was just ahead of Revy Lake as they turn down through Copse Corner, but Clark, Byrne, Cronin, Goff, those 4 all arguing for the race lead.
Yes, it's 4 for the lead, and then a short gap before just about everybody else in 5th place. Into Beckett's they come, and up the inside goes Torrin Byrne to take the lead away from Jarrett Clark. Then it's Colin Cronin, and bringing up the rear of that 4-car battle is Lewis Goff, number 4, and then next up it looks as though it is Harry Bartle in 5th place.
I'd go along with that, and that second wave is still not quite with the leaders as Torrin Byrne led. Down the inside dives Jarrett Clark, goes through, goes wide, goes deep and drops back to 3rd place. So up into the lead again goes Torrin Byrne into 2nd. It's the yellow car of Colin Cronin. 3rd then is Jarrett Clark, so he got the lead but he couldn't slow the car down in time, drifted wide, and not only has that dropped him to 3rd, not only has it brought now Lewis Goff onto his tail, but I reckon Harry Bartle 5th is starting to creep away from the pack behind and close on the leading quartet. Down towards Copse Corner they go, with to the inside line Colin Cronin in the yellow car lining up for a look, if nothing else. Couldn't really commit to a move there, so it's still Torrin Byrne, number 18, in the lead. The yellow car 2nd is that of Colin Cronin. You've got Jarrett Clark 3rd, Lewis Goff 4th, and then Harry Bartle in 5th place, with Cronin then now, the yellow car. He's done the fastest lap of the race.
And from the back of that pack, Lewis Goff trying to go all the way around the outside at Beckett's, braked slightly later, but I think in the end he's going to be back in 4th place. They all go very, very wide indeed. I think in fact Lewis Goff actually touched the grass on the exit of Beckett's, but they're being caught now by Harry Bartle in 5th place. He's closing in on the leading 4.
He is indeed, and he's also shaken off that pack behind then as they come down towards Brooklands. Once again, it's Torrin Byrne in the race lead, but for 2nd, a big dive on the inside. Colin Cronin then trying to stay ahead of Jarrett Clark with Lewis Goff right there. They're side by side for 2nd at Luffield. On the inside is Clark, on the outside is Cronin. The inside of both of them now claimed by Goff. He's alongside Cronin, so out of all of this, he's going to take 3rd, and Cronin's going to get shuffled back to 5th, courtesy of Bartle. End of the lap, the leader is Torrin Byrne. 2nd across the line is Clark. 3rd is Goff. 4th is Bartle, 5th is Cronin, bit of a gap back, and then in 6th place going through now is 83 of Revy Lake. 7th it is Josh Watts, and 8th is Noah Young as the leaders go round Copse Corner, but Torrin Byrne trying to break away perhaps now while they're all squabbling behind him.
No, he certainly is, but he's not able to do it, because going with him, in fact on the inside at Maggots into Beckett's, it's the pole position car of Jarrett Clark who's managed to wriggle his way back up to 2nd, but he's being chased now by Lewis Goff. Then it's side by side for 4th and 5th places, with Colin Cronin getting back up into 4th. However, I think he'll lose it again to Harry Bartle because he's on the outside for Brooklands, but the leader's under the bridge already and fanning out to 3 abreast.
And that battle for 4th, as you say, Cronin and Bartle, they need to work together now to get back onto terms with the top three. So Torrinburn back down to third. It's Clark versus Goff now for the lead. It's Clark ahead as they come to Luffield, but Goff on the inside line has the tighter line for the corner and should be able to go through, which he does then. So coming out of Luffield, this is the end of lap number 4, and we've got 15 minutes still to go. New race leader, Lewis Goff then, with Jarrett Clark second and Torrinburn third, trying to get back through on the inside of Clark. He's alongside as they come over the timing line, then down towards Copse Corner. Bartle is still fourth, Cronin fifth. And we've had a spin for number 17, which is Luke Walton. The leaders dive down through Copse Corner with, this time around, Lewis Goff, then the race leader. Didn't make a great start, but he's up front now.
Yep, Lewis Goff it is who leads through into Maggots, onto the brakes for Beckett's. Coming up into second place on the inside has come Jarrett Clark. He was side by side with Torrinburn, but Byrne had to give best because he was on the outside for Beckett's. But these three have been caught now by the next two, which is Harry Bartle and Colin Cronin. So you say they had to work together. Well, they did, because they're back with them. We've got a yellow flag down
that's because you've got a car stranded in the road down at Brooklands, and I think it's just been pushed out of the way. It's the car of Luke Walton that had spun. Thankfully, it's just been moved in time as the leaders dive down towards Brooklands, so the road is clear, although you've got marshals working trackside, so no overtaking allowed. Everybody is slowed right down, and the safety car has been called as well. So the safety car called, and at least that way, everybody was assuredly going to slow right down, because under just a waved yellow sometimes liberties could be taken. So safety car deployed. It won't be long, I don't think, but what this does enable, of course, is that second wave to catch up to the leaders. So we have in the lead number 4 Lewis Goff, second in 55 Jarrett Clark, third number 18 Torrinburn, fourth his teammate 73 I should say, Harry Bartle, fifth number 75 Colin Cronin, and sixth now number 22 Josh Watts. The road is clear, so it should not take long to get things back underway. But safety car called just to make sure that everybody's slowed right down, and it will scoop them all up over at Maggots. In 7th place rather is 26 Jesse Phillips. In 8th place number 95 Noah Young. Down to 9th has dropped 83 of Revy Lake, and 10th is 46 of Jacob Ashcroft. Safety car with you.
Yeah, we've had another car retire up here, which has been dealt with straight away by the marshals, and it's number 54 Riley Cranham, I'm afraid, from R Racing, who's pulled up with a mechanical problem and has been pushed behind the barriers by the marshals, so that won't actually affect this safety car at all. Good work by the marshals there, but yeah, the whole pack now on its way down under the bridge. And I think even without the safety car, the 6th, 7th and 8th place cars were closing in on Cronin at the end of that lap, so I wonder whether we'd actually have had a battle with the top 8 anyway without the safety car.
Well, the battle is about to be renewed because the lights are out on top of the safety car, so it will peel in this time. And it is then Lewis Goff, who from a standing start wasn't mega. Now he's got to do it from a rolling start, if you like, to try and build that gap once again over Jarrett Clark. And now they all start to slow as they come behind the leader out of Luffield. And Lewis Goff now, as he gets to Woodcote, accelerates away, pulls the pin, and we're back racing there. The green flag will fly. So Lewis Goff leads from Jarrett Clark, but then in 3rd place, Torrinburn has dropped back a couple of lengths. Colin Cronin is still on the march to try to get himself back ahead of Harry Bartle, but Bartle drives a wide car. Cronin thought about the inside line into Copse, no way through there. So Harry Bartle with pretty sharp elbows keeps Cronin at bay. Race leader then is Goff. We've got just under 12 minutes to go.
It's Goff from Clark, and those two have actually broken away a little bit from 3rd place, which is a 3-car battle led at the moment by Torrinburn, number 18 in 3rd place. 4th is Harry Bartle, and 5th is Colin Cronin. Then, of course, the rest of the, well, not every car, but another 5 cars have joined the back of that group behind Colin Cronin. Make that 6 cars. So a big battle coming down under the bridge.
So here they come then once more, and the top 2 getting away now, it seems, from Torrinburn. So the Pace Performance twins, 3rd and 4th, not staying with the race leader. You've got up front then Jarrett Clark, number 55, but only just. So the R Racing 2 still in the order of Goff ahead of Clark. The next pair coming out of Pace Performance being given a hard time by Colin Cronin in the Elite Motorsport entry. Eddie Ives' team's best at the minute, only 5th, which is a surprise for normally one of the top teams. Leaders go through, and R Racing, the winning team in the National Championship this year, 2 cars split by just under 0.2 of a second, and that time around Jarrett Clark did the fastest lap of the race. So almost into the second half now. He's having another go back at Lewis Goff, but not darting left and right all the time, perhaps just working out where he might be stronger. Staying in the wheel tracks for now.
Yes, he certainly is, right in the wheel tracks as they come up to Beckett's, and the gap between second and third has closed down a little bit. So Torin Byrne is closing in on second place Jarrett Clark, and then in fourth place is Harry Bartels, then it's Colin Cronin as they go down the Wellington Straight once more. But those two leaders still have a useful gap between them and third place, and it's still Goff leading.
So as the race leaders again dive down towards Brooklands, it is still Goff leading. You're right, it's Jarrett Clark staying right up behind him, looking for a way by, and Byrne and Bartle behind, starting perhaps just to get a little bit nearer. If they work together, they've got a chance of doing that. As the leaders come by, still nose to tail. Yeah, I reckon that gap is coming down second to third. So Torin Byrne now edging a little bit nearer to Jarrett Clark, who drops a couple of lengths from Lewis Goff as they come over the line. Leaders through then, that now puts 8 laps in the book. Harry Bartle in fourth place has now done the fastest lap of the race. The leading 5 covered by a second and a half. Goff ahead of Clark, Byrne ahead of Bartle, Cronin ahead of Josh Watts in sixth place. He's almost with them as well, so that line is set to grow. Josh Watts has done a very good job here. He's wriggled his way through, quietly got on with the job from 10th on the grid as the leaders hit Beckett's.
Through Beckett's they go, and it's pretty much a 6-car battle for the lead now, because as you say, in sixth place Watts is closing in on Cronin. Cronin, having been very quick at the beginning of the race, doesn't seem to be able to challenge quite as frequently on Bartle as he did before, and as you say, Bartle's done the fastest lap of the race, so he's closing in on Torin Byrne.
As the leaders again drop down into Brooklands up towards Luffield, so yeah, Torin Byrne catching up onto the back of Clark. Bartle still trying to defend from the elite motorsport car Colin Cronin, who's got one brother that is a multiple British rally champion. He's got another that does Porsche racing, and as the leaders go through this time, it's back on for 3 for the lead, but Harry Bartle fourth has been dropped. So Torin Byrne, who did lead early on, having another go back at the top 2 as they drop down towards Copse Corner. So 3 for the race lead with just over 8 minutes to go. Lewis Goff hanging on in there, but now Torin Byrne looking as though he's going to give a really hard time to Jarrett Clark, possibly even at Beckett's.
Yeah, he's looking on the outside as they come up, which becomes the inside for Beckett's, and very, very good move there indeed from Torin Byrne. Takes away second place, although they're still side by side, but he will get that place as they exit Beckett's onto the Wellington Straight. So down into third goes Jarrett Clark. That's not what you want on your 15th birthday, is it? But leading is still Lewis Goff, who's probably got half an eye on the mirrors as to what's going on behind him.
Amazing what people do get for a 15th birthday these days. Scalextric sense, the real thing, isn't it, coming into Ginetta Junior racing, as a change for fourth is imminent. Cronin dives up the inside of Bartle, goes through at Brooklands, gets the job nicely done. So Colin Cronin, who was a little bit higher up the order after that good start, now piecing it all together once again, and he's not out of the equation yet, is he, as far as the race lead battle is concerned. So as the race leader comes through now to complete lap 10, it is still Lewis Goff, but Torin Byrne looking ever more threatening. Byrne has now done the fastest lap of the race as he gets right into the wheel tracks down at Copse Corner. Third still is Jarrett Clark. In fourth place now is Colin Cronin. Harry Bartle is fifth. Josh Watts is sixth. We've got 7 minutes to go, but Byrne having another push.
Yes, he is, and Lewis Goff in the lead is staying to the middle of the track, trying to defend the inside line into Beckett's, and it works because he forced Torin Byrne to go around the outside, which was never going to work, but Byrne holds on and is very close behind, and close as well as Jarrett Clark, and of course the other two, Colin Cronin and Harry Bartle, are closing in on them. So we're back to a 5-car battle at the bottom of the Wellington Straight into Brooklands this time.
And Torin Byrne goes from the inside to the outside, tries to go all the way around the outside at Brooklands, which would be the inside at Luffield, but he can't stand his ground. He has to slot back in behind. Up towards Luffield they go, nose to tail, turn through the corner. It is still just Goff ahead with Torin Byrne in second spot. He'll know that the time is ticking down. He'll also be aware potentially that this leading battle is bunching up again. It's pretty much all 5 of them back together. So big deep breath. Goff leads, Byrne second, Clark third, Cronin fourth, fifth is Bartle as they come across the line. Josh Watts still in sixth place, not able to get any closer it seems to them, but with 6 minutes on the clock the race leaders dive down through Copse Corner and it is just Goff ahead, but Torin Byrne looking ever more threatening, and perhaps this time you might make a move.
He's looking for the inside, same as he did before, and also there is Jarrett Clark. He's gone for the outside of Torrin Byrne. Byrne tries to sneak through on the inside. There's a bit of a mistake there from Jarrett Clark. He gets a bit sideways. Oh, and Colin Cronin gets very sideways and takes 2 cars out, I'm afraid. Not damaged, but both of them spun. Colin Cronin knocked into Jarrett Clark, and also I think it was Torrin Byrne who got involved in that as well. All cars are running, there's no damage to them, it was just unfortunate.
It was Harry Bartle, I think, rather than Torrin Byrne. Same team, same livery, but Torrin Byrne had escaped. So what that's now given us is Lewis Goff with a bit of a margin, Torrin Byrne second, and then it's a very big gap and a very shuffled order for third. That's probably going to help Josh Watts, isn't it? There's also a fight now going on between Jesse Phillips and Noah Young. So at the end of the lap then, the race leader is Lewis Goff by quite a margin over Torrin Byrne in second place. It was 2/10, it's now 9/10 of a second. In third place, all of a sudden, is Josh Watts. In fourth place, Harry Bartle. Fifth is Noah Young. Sixth is Jesse Phillips. Revy Lake is seventh. Eighth is Jarrett Clark. Ninth now, Jacob Ashcroft. And in 10th place, it is number 11 of Henry Cameron, with Cronin only now coming over the line way back in 17th.
So Torrin Byrne really the only challenger now for the lead of Lewis Goff, and the gap is quite large, but what have we got left? 4.5 minutes or so. So there's an opportunity for him to try and close in third place through here, as you say, is Josh Watts, and then close behind Josh Watts is Harry Bartle. I think that all started with Jarrett Clark getting a bit out of shape, and I wonder whether perhaps Colin Cronin just backed off thinking that Clark was going to spin, and that put himself into a moment.
Possibly so. It all seemed to be a bit, as you say, a bit sort of confused and a bit messy, but a sideways Cronin collecting cars as he went through, and it's rather badly compromised him. The only good thing is that it's not the result of this race that's the next grid. That's already based on qualifying time. So the leaders have gone through with 3.5 minutes plus still to go, and the margin is 9/10 of a second still between Goff and Byrne. Now that Lewis Goff has got away, I think he's broken that slipstream effect, hasn't he? Third is still Watts. Now Harry Bartle, fourth, is being given an exclamation mark next to his name. I haven't seen anything come up about a penalty, but I'm wondering whether he has got a track limit penalty, hence this exclamation mark. Fifth, it is Noah Young, and sixth, Jesse Phillips.
Leaders go through, and the gap between first and second is around about the same, so Lewis Goff doing a good job of holding off Torrin Byrne from being able to close in on him with just 3 minutes remaining, so 2 or 3 laps to go. The rest of the field going down the Wellington Straight. Colin Cronin, I can see there, has made up one place, I think, but he's a long way back.
Right, race leaders are heading through the stadium once more, but if anything, the fight now is on behind, where you've got number 95 of Noah Young in and amongst it. 83 also Revy Lake trying to gain back places. 2.5 minutes on the clock, but although, as we said at the time, it wasn't a great start by Lewis Goff, he's been able to rebuild this race, and he's getting away all the while now from Torrin Byrne. Through they turn over the line, so the margin that was 9/10 is now 1.4. Third is still Watts, fourth is Bartle. Those two are battling amongst themselves, but with this penalty for Harry Bartle, he's going to drop back. Noah Young is fifth, Jesse Phillips is sixth. Now Jarrett Clark recovering after his dramas, he's in 7th place, but not the result he wanted. 2 minutes to go. We're on lap 15, Alistair.
Yes, we are. Just trying to access the information on that penalty. I'll be there in a moment. But we've got the leaders here, so let's talk about that. We've got still got Lewis Goff leading from Torrin Byrne in 2nd place. 4 cars come through Beckett's in 3rd place. One of them goes wide onto the grass. That was, I think, the Harry Bartle possibly who got very wide there. But anyway, they've made their way down. Nobody had a spin this time.
And we have got them 3 wide, a little bit further back coming down to Brooklyn, so let's see whether they all can survive this. One of them is Josh Watts, another in the thick of all of this is Revy Lake. I think Jarrett Clark is in there as well, trying to get up the order, so there's an awful lot still going on as the leader comes through, breaks the beam with about 1 minute and 17 seconds on the clock. 2 more laps there is time for, as further back number 95 Noah Young goes through, possibly to get ahead again of Jarrett Clark as they trade places all the way down towards Copse Corner. So going now through the right-hander, it is still Goff in the lead now, the gap 1.7 seconds.
and being maintained up at this side of the circuit as they go through. In fact, I think they're both pulling away from third place, so a very good drive indeed. They do take an extremely wide line through Beckett's. That seems to be the line that everybody takes way out across the white lines on the outside of the circuit. They don't seem to get penalised for that. In third place is Josh Watts, and then in fourth place is Noah Young, number 95, who's been a bit anonymous, hasn't he, from the second row, but there he is in fourth place.
Right, so the race leaders then coming now down through Brooklands once again. They're going to start the last lap this time, and the race leader Lewis Goff to come through, still side by side further back. Josh Watts versus Noah Young for third place. A little bit of hip and shoulder there, which forces Young very wide with two wheels in the gravel. Leaders go through then. Goff in is ahead, and that margin now 1.7 seconds over Torin Byrne as they go down through Copse Corner, heading up towards you for the last time. And Lewis Goff now has really been able to get away, hasn't he?
Yes, he has. He's maintained that gap and actually slightly extended it. It's a 5-second penalty for Harry Bartle, by the way, for track limits. There are 4 track limits penalties. He's the one nearest the front. The leaders come through Beckett's for the last time. The time ticks down to 0, and through goes Lewis Goff. Good race from Lewis. He's been there or thereabouts the whole race. And in second place, Torin Byrne. And then next up, it's still a very close battle indeed, with just in third place is 22 Josh Watts, but he's under extreme pressure now from 26 Jess Phillips.
That's another driver that's gone well, isn't it? Jesse Phillips up from 9th on the grid. I know the safety car and the dramas have helped a bit, but having chipped up the order. So Torin Byrne, I think, with a problem because he's just dropped further and further back as the race has worn on. But Lewis Goff qualified second, and he's about to come through and score a victory then. Lewis Goff heading up towards the timing line. He had a best of a 5th in the National Championship, so a first race win for Lewis Goff, who comes across the line to win round 1 of the Ginetta Junior Winter Series from in second place Torin Byrne. And it's going to be a real drag race to the line, because to take the checkered flag third on the road was Harry Bartle, but on corrected times Jesse Phillips takes third, 4th Josh Watts, 5th Noah Young, 6th Jarrett Clark, 7th Revy Lake, 8th Jacob Ashcroft, and 9th Harry Bartle. So a huge wave of cars all arrived on block, and with the 5-second penalty then it caused Harry Bartle to go tumbling down the order. So very dramatic finish for the last place on the notional podium, but a really good drive that by Lewis Goff. Once he'd established himself in the lead, there was really no touching him, was there? And Torin Byrne falling further and further back as the race wore on.
Yes, it all started off very close indeed, but once we had that moment for Colin Cronin, which split the pack up, it seems like Goff found another gear, didn't he, and just drove away, although he didn't get the fastest lap of the race.
No, you're right. That went early on to Torin Byrne, who I thought was, looking pretty strong, but it never quite clicked for him, did it, towards the end? And I don't think he got caught up in those dramas at Beckett, so whether you can't put the lack of pace down to any damage, we'll find out in a moment whether there was an issue, because hopefully our winning drivers will be stopped underneath the podium, and Ian Titchmarsh can have a word with Lewis Goff, the race winner, Torin Byrne for second place, and Jesse Phillips for third. Right, Lewis Goff comes down the pit lane and nobody stops him, so that's a great start, isn't it? Thanks very much. So the winning drivers go down to Park Fairmag, by the look of it. So it might take a while to generate a word with our winners. Colin Cronin also never really got going again, did he, after the incident up at Beckett's? 15th he was. So a win for number 4, Lewis Goff, from number 18 of Torin Byrne, and third, number 26, Jesse Phillips, 4th, 22, Josh Watts, 5th, number 95, Noah Young, and 6th, 55 of Jarrett Clark. 7th, it was 83, Revy Lake. In 8th place, 46, Jacob Ashcroft. 9th, number 73, Harry Bartle. And 10th went the way of number 11, Henry Cameron. 11th to 36, Sebastian Leusch, ahead of number 5, Emma Scarborough. In 13th place, number 67, which was Vlad Tomenchuk, ahead of the recovering Colin Cronin, and then it was Jamie Ambrose to round out the top 15. Kai Weich was 16th, ahead of Raul Zunzeren, and the last finisher, Solochenko. Ian. Or not, as the case may be.
David.
Hello, Ian.
Hello, David. Apparently, they've decided to do the Ginettas at Copse Corner. So Paul and I are now strolling down there as quickly as we can.
Right.
And sometime next week, we may eventually be able to have a word with the top three. I've forgotten who they are by then.
Yes. Lewis Goff, you want as a winner. Torin Byrne as second. And in the end, Jess Phillips.
Jess Phillips,
third.
it wasn't Danny's lad.
No. Done on the line by 100th of a second, side by
That's
side.
not a loss, is it? That was a Silverstone type finish, if ever there was one.
It was indeed.
Right, we're still making our way. We'll get there, and they'll all have gone home or gone for lunch. It is lunchtime now, isn't it, David?
It is. They might have homework to do because half term finishes on Sunday night.
Right, so
Or as good racing drivers now, they'll have to go and look at data, won't they, for the second race to come later on in the day.
I presume they're doing it down there because that's where the scrutineering bay is,
I assume so.
and they need to, or
Yeah.
Park Fairmont, or whatever you want to call it. So we'll get there, but I'm not sure I'm going to be able. It's a mile long, this pit lane, isn't it? Used to think nothing of it, but
This wasn't quite in the plan, was it? No.
it wasn't part of the plan. No.
No. Right, well, as you're strolling and,
Yes.
and thinking, well, at least it's dry, at least it's sunny, let me just quickly make the point that this is the final race before lunch. So the next race will be round about 12:18, on a very precise timetable, and that's Heat 1 for the Walter Hayes Trophy. We have the 4 heats, followed by the Alfa Intermark race, then the second Ginetta Junior race, and the 2 pre-finals to round out the afternoon. So once we've heard from our Ginetta drivers, or we've heard some heavy breathing for...
Well, is that what you can hear?
No, not quite, but
Not
you're not
yet,
to the end of
no.
the pit lane yet. So I'm building up the tension. It's theatre.
We're getting ever closer.
Right.
But it's still a 50-yard dash.
Once we've heard from them, we will be into the lunch break, and the Ginettas will be back later on in the afternoon for more drama. Now, hopefully we can also persuade them to come away from their cars towards where the actual radio mic signal.
Well, that's another
pick up.
point. You can still hear me at the moment. We're nearly there. Suspense is killing me. Right.
If I were you, I'd
Well, of course, now they're all
to go and
muddled
get
up. So getting the top three. So who was third, David?
26, Jesse Phillips.
Jess Phillips.
Yeah.
Right. Well, we need them pointed out to us now. Forgive us for not recognising them because they are all very new to the racing. Paul, I'm following you in the vain hope, not vain, I think, the justifiable hope that you can give us the winners.
So the first heat for the 2025 Walter Hayes Trophy is not far from getting underway. Cars are going to be released out onto the circuit shortly. This 25th anniversary of the Walter Hayes, which began as a one-off race back in 2001 at the Silverstone Classic, the big historic meeting. In 2002 it became a standalone event, and it was Neil Fowler the first winner. It was Gavin Wills that won the 2002 edition, and a year later Joey Foster had the first of his 4 wins the same year that he won the Formula Ford Festival. We've had victories for Peter Dempsey, Connor Daly, Connor De Filippi, Adrian Campfield, Tristan Nunez, Rory Smith, Chris Middlehurst, Max Esterson, Oliver White, Jordan Dempsey, Michael Moyers, Graham Carroll, Wayne Boyd and Scott Mulvin since. And some of those previous winners are back this year. The first heat was the qualifying session for which the drivers probably had the worst of the track surfaces. It was all rather slippery this morning. And Joey Foster putting himself onto pole position on the outside of the front row. It's a side-by-side grid rather than a staggered grid, which is good. So 78 and 90 the front row, 78 Joey Foster, and with him number 90 is Anthony Amato. The second row, 135 John Svensson, the Belgian driver, and 127 Jacob Tofts, who's been racing in Porsche Sprint Challenge this year. He is on the inside of the second row with the Spectrum, the Australian-built 011C. On the third row, 189 Tom Nippers, who's a late entry with the Van Diemen RF01, and 22, possibly a man to watch, starting a bit further back than you might anticipate, Luke Cooper. 7th on the grid, number 20 Charlie Mann, and 8th is 28 Tom Hawkins. Starting 9th, number 51 Joe Ahrens, who is the fastest in the Carl Hamer class for pre-82 cars. Carl Hamer was the man behind Crompton Lighting, which was always a big supporter of Formula Ford racing at Silverstone, and the Driver of the Day award as well. 72, Brandon Lee, Formula 1 Esports World Champion, is next, number 72, 10th on the grid. On the 6th row, 84 is Gaius Ginn, and 106, or 106 rather, Andrew Ames. 13th on the grid, number 8, Nigel Dolan, and 14th is 75 of Harrison Morrow. On the 8th row, number 80, James Colburn, and 91, Ben Turner. The 9th row, 31 of Robbie Allen, and 17, Klaus Dieter Heckel. On the 10th row, you've got 472 Dominic Shepherd and number 6 Michael Fitzgerald. The 21st qualifier, 52 Anthony Denham and 188 Nigel Thompson for company. 23rd on the grid is 58 of Jamie Perry. 24th is 277 Peter Hannum in the Zeus, and 25th number 177 of Kun Barretta. That is how they're going to line up then for the first of the heats. The cars have been released out onto the circuit. They will get one lap around to the grid, and then the countdown to get things underway. So they get a full lap from the assembly area round onto the grid, a chance to get a bit of warmth into tyres. And also, this really the first time they've had a proper look at a dry circuit. It was drying a bit during the qualifying session, but it was still pretty damp. David Addison at Woodcote. Let's quickly check in at Beckett's and make sure that having finished his 3-course lunch, Alistair Douglas is in good voice.
Oh yes, 3.5 courses.
Merlot good, was it?
Oh, sorry?
The Merlot was good, was it?
Oh, excellent, yes. A little warm, unfortunately. I should have left it outside. Yeah, great view up here at Beckett's. If you haven't been up to Beckett's before, walk up the inside, I would recommend. The outside, not quite such good viewing now that the Escapade has been built. But inside, excellent viewing on a grass bank.
And we are in for a very lively race. 8 laps means it is pretty harum-scarum. So the car's now coming up through Woodcote. They'll stop themselves into position. Joey Foster then 4 times a winner of the Walter Hayes Trophy. And the Ralph Furman created Furman RF22, the car that is going to start then on pole position. Number 90, Anthony Amato, the Chislehurst driver with the Ray, slotting in with him at the front of the grid. So Joey Foster's car is green in livery, drops into place at the very front. Quite a lot of red around him. John Svensson, Jacob Tofts, amongst others. We'll quickly check to make sure that everybody is present and correct. 51 Joe Ahrens with the Royale RP26, one of the more distinctive shapes. That's the car that's quickest in that pre-81 class. the best-selling of all the Royale Formula 4s. Great success it had here and elsewhere. Silverstone, of course, always used to have the Esso Championship, but there were others that spread their wings further afield. Bit of wriggling to get cars into the right place on the grid. So Joey Foster versus Anthony Amato on the front row in the sort of red and silver colours. Then it's red and red on the second row, and the last few cars will drop into place. We've got James Perry coming into position on the penultimate row with the Crosley 40F. Novice driver, airline pilot Kuhn Barretta, number 177, to complete the grid with the Reynard 88 FF. So as soon as that car is where it needs to be, Marshall's busily waving people into the correct place, then we should be good to go. So I think the grid is complete, no gaps that I can see, everybody present and correct. So the first 13 cars we are looking for to go into the semi-finals. So yes, the higher up the better your grid position for the semi, but more than anything it's about surviving being in that top 13. Green flag showed at the back, that means everybody is where they need to be. In turn, drivers see the lights go red, so the first heat in this 25th anniversary Waterhays Trophy underway, and a good start made by Joey Foster then from pole position to get the advantage on the run down towards Copse Corner for the first time, but Anthony Amato tries to get up the inside for the race lead, couldn't do it as they turned into Copse, so Joey Foster it is from pole into the lead.
Yes, it is indeed the familiar shape of the green car. The Furman is leading as they come up to Beckett's for the first time, but going up the inside, what a move there on the inside for Anthony Amato. Does he get round? Yes, he does. Joey Foster gets shuffled back to third, because also going through is Jacob Tofts as well, number 127 in the red car with the stripes, and those three going down the Wellington Straight. Joey Foster actually remains in third place. It's the two red cars that are side by side for the lead.
Indeed so, and as they come then down towards Brooklands for the first time, Anthony Amato having to try and work his way back into the race lead now. Joey Foster being roughed up a little bit and forced out wide over the curb, so it's a rather frantic end to the first lap with John Svensson and Jacob Tofts in that battle pack as well. They're about to emerge from Woodcote then, and as they come up towards the line, Joey Foster tries to make his move for second place, but at the end of the lap it is 127 then that leads the way. Jacob Tofts has the advantage, second is Amato, third is Foster, fourth is Tom Nippers, in fifth place it is number 22, that being Luke Cooper, as they dive through Copse Corner, and John Svensson has dropped back into sixth place. So Jacob Tofts leads, but for how much longer?
Well, he's certainly still leading as they come through Maggots, but under pressure from Anthony Amato through into the right-hander. Joey Foster in third place, fourth is 189, which is Tom Nippers, and nobody knows better than Joey Foster that it's about getting through these races. Yes, you want to finish high up, but it's about finishing, isn't it? He doesn't want all this trouble.
That's right, so he wants to be as high up as he can be for a good grid position, but as you rightly say, surviving is all part of it then as the car of Jacob Tofts comes through. Dad, of course, racing here this weekend as well, but after a season of Cayman racing, something rather different for Jacob. He's also a pretty handy esports racer, as evinced by his Carrera Cup GB esports racing in the winter months. So Tofts leads the way, Anthony Amato's second, in third is Joey Foster, who's on the attack going down towards Copse. He pulls out, gets the inside line, but he's giving a tow to Tom Nippers as well in the black Van Diemen. Foster on the inside line to try to get past Amato, but it doesn't work, and all of this might just be enabling Tofts to build a bit of a gap.
Yes, it is actually a little bit of a gap, and into second place goes Joey Foster, gets by on the inside of Anthony Amato. Also going round on the inside is Tom Nippers as well. He's up into third place, but also now coming into the mix, we've got some of the cars in the group behind have caught them up, and it's Luke Cooper who's first on the scene. He's up into fourth or fifth place as he left me.
Okay, and then there's definitely a second wave, isn't there? Best lap of the race, Tom Nippers, as the leaders dive down towards Brooklands. It is still Tofts holding sway, but only just. And then for second place, Nippers up ahead of Foster. That puts Amato down to fourth. And in fifth place, Luke Cooper trying to stay with them in sixth spot now. Working his way forward is number 28 then, so getting higher up the order, Tom Hawkins, as the leaders go through, and it is now Tom Nippers to take the lead battle to Jacob Tofts, who goes very defensive, and there's contact. Bodywork flies as they go down towards Copse Corner, so that's bodywork from the front of Tom Nippers' car. He tried to switch sides, but Jacob Tofts made the car very wide indeed. Certainly bodywork is missing from Nippers' car, but you can tell us, Alistair, whether it's done much more damage than that.
It doesn't look like it, although Joey Foster goes up the inside, so whether that's the first sign that Tom Nippers is in trouble. He's lost the side, the top of the nose cone, so the nose cone is still there, but there's a piece that covers the suspension between the front wheels, and that's missing now. I suspect that won't make much difference.
Driving standards flag for track limits to Harrison Morrow. So it is Jacob Toffs now versus Joey Foster. Tom Nippers hanging on to that third place despite the damage. In fourth place it is Anthony Amato, but only just, because to the outside line now goes Luke Cooper to try to go all the way around the outside at Luffield. It ever so nearly works for him as the cars come down through Woodcote. Race control trying to see where that bodywork has ended up, as Toff still leads the way. Joey Foster in second place goes across the timing line now, 4/10 back, and Foster has just done the fastest lap of the race. So he's on a mission as they go down towards Copse Corner. The lightweight car of Tom Nippers is third. It's Amato fourth then. Anthony Amato ahead of Luke Cooper, and up into sixth place now, best of the rest, number 20, Charlie Mann.
Into Beckett's once again, and it's still Jacob Toffs who leads. Joey Foster closing in a little bit under braking as they go into Beckett's. Now out of Beckett's they go. Tom Nippers still hanging on there, so it looks like that missing bodywork isn't really affecting him at all. And then next up is Anthony Amato, but he's under huge pressure from Luke Cooper, who goes to the inside for Brooklands.
And we'll try to make that move then as they come into the braking zone for the race lead. It's still Jacob Toffs. He was going one side and then the other on Wellington Straight to break the toe, to therefore try and see off the challenge of Joey Foster. Nippers is still hanging on to third place as down the pit lane into retirement possibly has come 58 Jamie Perry in the Crosley. The race leaders come out of Woodcote. This to put 5 of 8 laps in the book. It's still Jacob Toffs leading, Joey Foster second. Nippers is third, Cooper is fourth, Amato is fifth, and in sixth place now is Charlie Mann as they go diving down towards Copse. The top two certainly have got away from this battered car of Tom Nippers, and I wonder now whether or not Luke Cooper might be good for the top 3 before the very end. We're on lap 6.
Yes, he's in fourth at the moment. Nippers' bodywork does seem to be coming loose more than it was immediately after that incident. The nose cone is now hanging off, which can't be helping things. So it's a sort of stubby car now. It doesn't have a front on it. The two leaders on to the Wellington Straight, and it's still Toffs and Foster. Then Nippers just hanging on from Luke Cooper in fourth.
As the leaders again drop down into the left-hander of Brooklands then, so Joey Foster not yet close enough to make a move, but he's edging a little bit nearer as the cars now come up through Luffield. He's much closer through Luffield. Tom Nippers showing everybody what's underneath the bodywork as he goes out of Luffield. He's hanging on in there still. He wants to get into that top 13 and progress, so that he will do. The first driver that's going to miss out at the moment, 14th, is Klaus-Dieter Hackel. As the leaders go by, the lead gap is 0.3 of a second, and then second to third is very nearly 2 seconds. So the top two really have escaped up the road now as they dive through Copse, and Jacob Toffs leading. Joey Foster did another best lap of the race last time around. We've only got 2 to go.
And we've got a double waved yellow at Beckett's because John Svensson has gone into the gravel. The marshal's trying to recover the car, but at the moment no overtaking from Copse to Beckett's. Onto the Wellington Straight, the green flag there, so they can now challenge once again. And Joey Foster gets a great tow of Jacob Toffs down the Wellington Straight. I think he may even go for a move this time into Brooklands.
Let's have a look. He's in the wheel tracks, goes to the outside line, then dives down towards Brooklands, and Joey Foster can't commit to the outside line, has to slot back into the wheel tracks of the race leading Jacob Toffs, who's led all the way really since the race started. Is he going to be denied on the last lap? That is what they are about to start as they come through Luffield. So it is Jacob Toffs leading just. Joey Foster, 4 times a Walter Hayes Trophy winner, right there behind him. Gap back to Luke Cooper third, Tom Nippers fourth, Anthony Amato fifth, and Charlie Mann sixth. Down towards Copse Corner, Foster feints to the inside line, but again he's not able to do it. This has been a very good drive so far by Jacob Toffs, less than a lap to go.
Indeed it has, yes, as they come up to Beckett's. No overtaking, I'm afraid. That's an opportunity for Joey Foster that he can't take. The marshal's still working to get John Svensson back onto the track. They come through Beckett's. Now this is where Joey will try and get a good tow. He's less than half a car length behind as they come out of Beckett's. There's a slower car in front of them, but that won't bother them as they come under the bridge. Great tow once again from Joey Foster.
So he's got effectively 4 corners in which he can have a go at this. He squeezes to the inside, but Jacob Toffs makes that car even wider. There's a back marker ahead. They're both a little bit wide away from the apex coming into Brooklands, but Jacob Toffs still leads the way. They're nose to tail up at Luffield. They have got the Dutch driver Koen Barretta to negotiate. They do. They're going to be nose to tail coming into Woodcote. It is Jacob Toffs in the lead, and he's got about a length between himself and Joey Foster. The checker flag at the ready for Jacob Toffs to win Heat 1 from Joey Foster second. Third across the line is Luke Cooper. Fourth goes the way of Tom Nippers. Fifth to Charlie Mann, and down to sixth in the end, Anthony Amato. After that, seventh place, he's going to go to Brendan Lee. Eighth, Tom Hawkins. Ninth, Joe Ahrens. And in 10th place, it was Guy Skins. So Jacob Tofts, with some very, very good defensive driving, just able to hang on in there all the way to the very end and keep Joey Foster at bay. The gap at the flag being 0.248 of a second. But very, very good battle between those two. John Svensson, that Alistair was talking about being in the gravel up at Beckett's, of course, was third on the grid. So he lost out a little bit at the start, and it got progressively worse, didn't it?
Yes, it did. He lost it under braking and just backed into the gravel. The car's been recovered now, but no damage at all, I'm sure. But he'll obviously have to now work his way through the progression race.
So the drivers making their way to the pit lane. A win for Jacob Tofts from Joey Foster, and in third place Luke Cooper. Fourth, Tom Nippers, ahead of Charlie Mann and Anthony Amato, with seventh, Brendan Lee. Eighth, Tom Hawkins. Ninth, Joe Ahrens. Guy Skid, 10th. In 11th place, it was 106, that being Andrew Ames. 12th to number 8 of Nigel Dolan, and 13th to number 17, Klaus-Dieter Hackel, who was therefore in at the end. He did get through. He progresses. We lose, therefore, outside the progression, James Colburn, Ben Turner, also Nigel Thompson in 188.75. Doesn't get through. Harrison Morrow, number 31, also disappears into the progression race. Robbie Allen, 472 of Dominic Shepherd, 52, which is Anthony Denham, and number 6 also of Michael Fitzgerald. So
right, well, we're doing Formula Ford post-race interviews in the pit lane, and also it's the Berry Mason Trophy now. That needs to be presented as well, but let's just do with the winner first of all. So could we have Jacob Tofts? Well done, that was a pretty impressive drive. Did you enjoy that?
I did. Kind of glad the race is only 8 laps long, to be honest.
How long could you have held on for if it had been a bit longer?
Not much longer. Joe was really fast. And
well, he is quick and experienced as well, isn't he?
Yeah, that's the problem. He needs to slow down a bit. But it's so windy out there. It's so hard to keep them behind. And he got really close on the last lap. I think the yellow flags didn't help, but really happy with the car, thanks to KMR.
Where did the wind particularly affect you? Which corners?
Out of Copse and on the back straight, I'd say are the worst. You know, I can feel it. It's pulling the car around. So it must feel nice when you're behind someone.
Well, it was partly down to a very good start, wasn't it?
Yeah, the initial start was good. I didn't think it would be that good because we were on the inside, on the wetter side. But I got up to P3 and then someone was trying to win the final in the first lap of the heat. So I managed to get up into first, so it was quite good.
Well, you started very well. Do we have the Berry Mason Trophy, which goes to the winner of the first? Here we are. James Beckett is going to present it. So up against the backdrop, we'll have a word with Joey Foster and the other Luke Cooper should be here. So, James, do you want to say a quick word about the... Oh, talk to Joey. Hello, Joey. Do I read it right that you're retiring?
Oh, no, not retiring. Maybe a break, maybe a break.
Hanging up your helmet for a short time.
And I come back and do races like this and just think, you know...
That gets you all enthusiastic. So how much racing actually have you done this last year?
I did one national round start of the year and the festival, which didn't last very long. So, yeah, not much.
Well, this may last a bit longer, you hope?
I do hope so, yeah. I mean, we got this far at the festival. I just hope I can get past the first lap of the semi-final, but anything can happen out there.
Is that what didn't happen last year for you? Was it?
The festival last weekend. So,
right, yeah.
I lasted, 2 corners of the semi-final before it was game over. So hoping for a bit more this.
Well, this is Silverstone. This is where you've had so much success. So long may it continue all through the day and tomorrow.
Thank you very much.
Well done, Joey. And Luke, he gets a medallion from James. Well done, Luke. You didn't qualify so well, but the race turned out fine.
Yeah, unfortunately, didn't have the right setup on in qualifying, wasn't able to get a lap when we needed to. So
It was a bit damp, wasn't it, still?
yeah, we got the setup wrong, and then at the end when it was dry, so we didn't get a clear lap either. So that made it more difficult for this race. But yeah, I'm happy to get a podium out of that.
Rather like Joey, you've been around Formula Ford for a few years now, haven't you? How many is it?
16, I think. I think this
16.
I think this is my 16th Walter Hayes. Yeah. So.
Yeah. And you still enjoy it as much as ever?
Yeah, Formula Ford racing's amazing, and it's always really close. And yeah, you can never really tell what's going to happen.
I should tell everybody he's got a big smile on his face. He's saying all this, and long may it continue, I'm sure, Luke.
Yeah, I love racing, and yeah, hopefully I can continue racing for many, many years.
Well, OK, that's a good start to the day, to the weekend.
Yeah, we're still in the mix. So getting a podium from this is put us on the third row for tomorrow. So yeah, we'll see what we can do. Hopefully go forward a few and yeah, be in the mix for the final.
Right, we may see you later on then. All the best. Right. So a medallion. What are these, James, you're handing out? These are an innovation, aren't they?
It's 25th anniversary awards for second and thirds in the heat. It's got to be done.
Just while I've got you, with David's permission, 25 years of the Walter Hayes Trophy. Just make you think a bit, doesn't it?
I know it makes us all feel rather old, but what a great start to an event in its anniversary year, Silver Jubilee year. Bury Mason, who this opening heat was named after, was instrumental in some of the concepts behind the Hayes back in its former days, and actually he was the person who asked Joey Foster to do his first ever Walter Hayes Trophy.
Oh, that's nice.
Which is why we give him significance in the opening heat of the weekend.
Oh, very good. Right. Well, we better get back to David, because the cars, I think, are coming out for the second race.
Ian, thank you very much. Ian Titchmarsh in the pit lane, and you're quite right, cars are heading to the grid for Heat 2. And if the first one was good, this has the makings of being another very, very competitive heat, because on pole position is the man that won the festival a week ago, 26, Jason Smith, and number 40, Andrew Rackstraw, this year's Carrera Cup GB champion, but third 2 years ago, second last year in the Walter Hayes Trophy. Andrew Rackstraw second on the grid. On the second row, 64, Megan Gilks, who improved right on the last lap, and number 1, last year's Walter Hayes Trophy winner, Rory Smith. On the third row, 88, Jonathan Kotick, and 172, Robert Walk. On row 4, 42, Hugh Esterson, and 15, David MacArthur, with 148, Dave Parks, and 173, Connor Kay to round out the top 10. 11th is 81, that's Sam Street, and 12th, possibly one to watch because he's a bit of a long way down the order, is Felix Fisher. Felix, we know, always goes pretty well at the Hayes and in Formula Fords generally, and the Ray GR14 one to watch. 13th on the grid, 117, Neil Tofts, dad of the Heat 1 winner Jacob, and 14th, number 4, is Pascal Montbaron. On the 8th row, 112 is Tom Gadd, 73, Adam Quatermain. On the 9th row, you've got number 2, Rick Morris, at 78 years of age, still going strongly in the Royale RP29, and 167 is George Townsend. On row 10, 41, Nigel Smith, and 14 is Gerard Hauschulte. Row 11, number 50, Dave Porter, and 49, Tim Fitzgerald. The 12th row of the grid, 24 and 69, 24, Wayne Rushforth, and 69, Alan Slater, with the back row being 141 and hopefully 94. 141, Paul Unsworth, and 94, Simon Hadfield in the ex-Steve Richards Australian Formula 1600 Championship. Van Diemen now restored in its Valvoline colours, but it had problems in qualifying this morning. So Jason Smith for pole position in the blue and white livery, pale blue, whereas the spectrum of Andrew Rackstraw alongside is the slightly darker blue with red and white colours. Largely white the livery for Megan Gilks, who's going to start third. Pretty much all red for Rory Smith, fourth on the grid. Black the colour scheme for Jonathan Kotick, who is fifth, and pale blue and white for South African driver Robert Walk to round out the top 6. They're trickling into place then, getting everybody where they need to be. 8 laps ahead of us. And again, we'll have a quick look in a moment to see if everybody is present and correct. Rick Morris will be a man to watch. Silverstone hero, Formula Ford hero for decades, and starting his busy winter programme of racing, because quite often he heads to South Africa to go and race out there as well. So Rick Morris in the original Team Royale colour scheme that he used to carry is there. We've got Simon Hadfield, yes, at the back of the grid, so it looks as though everybody is present and correct. And as soon as the last few cars are slotted into place, then we will be good to go. So they come from the assembly area, do the full formation lap, slot into place, and then we can go racing. And the battle between well, certainly 6 potential winners from the pointy end, although Hugh Esterson, whose brother Max is a previous winner, David MacArthur quick as well, they start on the 4th row. They could also have a part to play in this as well. So only, I think, a couple more rows to put into place. 141 Paul Unsworth is there. You've got Wayne Rushworth there as well. So looks like the grid is complete. It was a fuel-related fuel feed problem for Simon Hadfield earlier on, but now that hopefully is cured, it's going to be a man to watch, I think, coming up from the back row of the grid. But all eyes at the front. There's another very fierce fight in prospect. 8 laps then for Heat 2 for the Walter Hayes Trophy. The last car slots into place now, that being the number 141 Paul Unsworth driven Lola, the T200. So that means that everybody is good to go. We await then the green flag at the back to say that everybody is where they need to be, and then we can get the 5-second board shown and the lights will go red. So green flag is now shown and the 5-second board displayed on the gantry. Is it going to be Jason Smith or Andrew Rackstraw first into Copse? We'll find out now. The lights are red. The lights will go out now, and it's blast off with a good getaway made by Jason Smith. Just about, I think, to outdrag Andrew Rackstraw on the way down towards Copse Corner then. So it is going to be Smith. It's going to be Rackstraw second. No, not quite, because a big dive up the inside. Rory Smith gets ahead of Rackstraw. So last year's winner, Rory Smith, goes second. It is Smith J from Smith R from Rackstraw third.
Yep, that's the same as they come up. And number 1, Rory Smith, goes into the lead on very, very late on the brakes. And that pushes Jason Smith out wide. He drops down to 4th. Megan Gilks comes up into 3rd place. But it's 2 by 2 for the first 4 as they come under the bridge with Rory Smith and Andrew Rackstraw side by side.
And Rackstraw takes the race lead then, because as the 2 Smiths went very deep into Beckett, he was able to get the line for the corner. So Rackstraw leads the way. Rory Smith is second. The unrelated Jason Smith is third as they come now up through Luffield for the first time. In 4th spot looks like being Megan Gilks, and then the rest of the pack behind, but you've got them side by side, almost banging wheels for second place, and Rackstraw getting away as Jason Smith goes on the inside line coming out of Woodcote, gets the car ahead then, so Jason goes second, Rory Smith drops back to third, but that has given Andrew Rackstraw about 4/10 of a second worth of breathing space as he goes into Copse Corner. 4th is Gilks, 5th is Robert Waltz, 6th is Hugh Esterson, Jonathan Cuttick is down to 7th, Dave Parks is 8th as the cars head up towards you. Rackstraw leading.
And that 4/10 has already gone because they've caught Rackstraw into Beckett's. It's Rackstraw leads, Smith J second, Smith R third, 4th is Gilks, 5th is 172 Robert Walk. So that's 2 South Africans in the first 5 cars. Once again, the South Africans showing very well in the Walter Hayes Trophy.
And almost banging wheels there, Jason Smith on the outside line of Rackstraw coming down towards Brooklands. Andrew keeps his nose in front. It's 3 of them for 3rd place at the moment as Jason Smith tries to get the inside line towards Luffield, but Andrew Rackstraw able to fend him off. Remember, Andrew, this year's Carrera Cup GB champion, so having to adapt his brain to a very different sort of racing car, comes up towards the end of the lap, but the lead line is growing. It is 5, nearly 7 cars. Rackstraw at the head of the queue, 2 laps in the book. Jason Smith is second. The red car of Rory Smith third as Jason looks to the inside at Copse. Couldn't commit there, couldn't go through. In 4th behind Rory Smith, it's Megan Gilks. Walt is 5th. Esterson is 6th. 7th is Cuttick. Felix Fisher up to 8th now.
Up to Maggots they come, and then onto the brakes for Beckett's, and it's still Rackstraw leading, but now Jason Smith very close behind, can't get through there, and he gets challenged by Rory Smith actually on a slightly tighter line through Beckett's. Then it's Megan Gilks and Robert Walk. Those 5 you could say are the leaders, but there's another 2 joining them. Behind Robert Walk we've got Hugh Esterson and Jonathan Cottick coming up behind, so it'll be a 7-car battle for the lead.
And it's a big battle for the race lead, side by side. Jason Smith's going to try to go all the way around the outside of Rackstraw, but he gets sideways, runs out wide, so Rory Smith goes second. Jason tried to go to the outside at Brooklands and then get the inside for Luffield, but he ran out of room, ran out of grip as well, got sideways and drops to third. So Jason Smith is going to try to do it all over again. It's still Rackstraw in the lead. Rory Smith now second. Jason Smith is third. Small gap back to Megan Gilks in 4th. 5th across the line is Robert Walt. Then it's Hugh Esterson in 6th place. Rory Smith looks to the inside for the lead. Jason Smith looks to the inside of Rory Smith for 2nd place. Even though they're squabbling like this, Rackstraw can't shake them off. He can't get away, can he?
Well, it looks as though he might be trying to get away, but you're quite right. The two behind are battling hard, but they are staying with him. And up into second place goes Jason Smith, up the inside of Rory Smith on braking for Beckett's. Then it's Megan Gilks just behind Robert Walk, and behind Robert Walk, Hugh Esterson is closing in now. So it is now a 6-car battle as they snake their way down the Wellington Straight.
And Rackstraw trying to break the slipstream effect, and he has done so. Now he's about 3 lengths ahead, but Megan Gilks has towed herself onto the back now of Rory Smith, and also taken with her Robert Walk and Hugh Esterson. So second, third, fourth, fifth, sixth, all in a line as Andrew Rackstraw tries to build the gap yet further. So Andrew Rackstraw, the South African driver, will lead at the end of this 4th lap. In second place, it is Jason Smith. Rory Smith is third, having earlier done the fastest lap of the race. Megan Gilks fourth, fifth and sixth together over the line. Robert Walk and Hugh Esterson. Jonathan Cuttick is seventh. It's Felix Fisher in eighth. It's David McArthur ninth. It's Dave Parks 10th as they round Copse. We've already got ourselves on lap 5. Rackstraw leading, and it was 6/10 at the start of the lap.
And it's Rory Smith is going to try up the inside of Jason Smith, but there's no room there. Jason keeps tight to the inside for Beckett's. He does run slightly wide on the exit, but Rory Smith really can't take advantage. Meantime, Andrew Rackstraw is keeping that gap, but he's not extending it anymore. If anything, I think they're closing up a little bit as they come down towards Brooklands.
I think you're right about that. 6/10 of a second it was, but it's probably only about 2 lengths, if that, by the time they get to the end of Wellington Straight. Bodywork lies aside the road as Rackstraw comes up towards Luffield then. Doesn't matter how much the winning margin is, though, as long as he wins, I suppose he will tell you. Win by 1,000 as long as you win. And as far as progression is concerned, remember, it's the top 13 that we need. 13th at the moment, Neil Tofts, dad of Jacob from Heat 1. Leaders go through then, and first to third, now 4/10 of a second as Jason Smith dives to the inside line going into Copse. Rackstraw gets out his elbows, hangs onto the plate. Very different style of racing this from Carrera Cup GB, but Andrew is still there with Jason Smith under attack from Rory Smith.
Up to Beckett's they come. It's 3 for the leader, almost 3 abreast as they come into Beckett's, but Rackstraw it is who still leads through Beckett's, but Rory Smith gets past Jason Smith on the way into Beckett's. Jason Smith gets past Rory Smith on the way out of Beckett's, but they're still side by side. They're both getting a good tow off Rackstraw. Megan Gilks has got a double tow behind, so I think she's going to be on terms with the leaders by the time they get to Brooklands.
Jason Smith used an awful lot of grass on the inside of Beckett's, didn't he? So much for track limits, but he shortened the corner. But he's third coming into Brooklands, and he's sideways again. We've got a yellow flag out at Copse Corner, so that's a no overtaking place this time around. We've got a car that's off through the gravel, seemingly, as the race leaders come through. The car in question has gone through the gravel, but he's out of the race. We'll come to that in a second as Rackstraw leads. Rory Smith puts his hand in the air to say, I've seen the yellow flag, and warned Jason Smith of that. In 4th place, Megan Gilks. Robert Walk 5th. 6th is Hugh Esterson. Leaders go now through Copse Corner. We've got 2 laps to go. Rackstraw still leading.
Green flag at Maggots, so they can battle into Beckett's, and Rackstraw still leads. Rory Smith in second, Jason Smith in third. Nobody goes for a move this time. Megan Gilks just slightly losing touch in 4th place behind them. So at this stage, with 1.5 laps to go, it's those 3 for the lead: Rackstraw, Smith and Smith.
Yeah, Smith J coming up to have a go at Smith R, goes from the outside to the inside. Rory Smith to the outside of Rackstraw, who doesn't know who to defend from. Down through Brooklands they come. Jason Smith slides up the inside of Rory Smith. They almost touch wheels. Rory had to flick to the right there to avoid contact, and he's lost second place. So with a lap to go, Rackstraw leading Jason Smith. The Formula Ford Festival winner has got himself to second, and Andrew Rackstraw needs to make that spectrum the widest possible he can. Over the line they go, and he covers off the inside line down towards Copse. It's still Rackstraw just ahead. Jason Smith tries the outside line going into Copse Corner, tries to go all the way around the outside, can't do it, has to back out of it. Rackstraw, Smith J, Smith R, still the top 3. We're into the last lap. What a great race this has turned out to be.
Absolutely superb. Rackstraw goes defensive up into Beckett's. He against Jason Smith, who was on his outside. Jason Smith must have known he would never get round the outside, but he switched to the inside now, but that of course becomes the outside for Brooklands. So Rackstraw really placing his car exactly where he needs to do to defend the line into the next corner.
And as they come out of the vehicle bridge, Rackstraw is still ahead. Jason Smith perhaps for the outside line again, but that's almost been his undoing on occasion where he gets sideways. So Rackstraw claims the line for Brooklands. Rory Smith is coming back to have a go for second place as they get up towards Luffield. Andrew Rackstraw has again been able to hang on in there, it seems, from lights to flag, and under huge pressure. Now the Smiths go very aggressive against one another for second place, but it's going to be Andrew Rackstraw who comes through to take the checkered flag to win. Second, it is Jason Smith. Third goes to Rory Smith. Megan Gilts for fourth. Then it is Hugh Esterson fifth, Jonathan Cuttick sixth, because there is a penalty, I think, for Robert Walt, 172. There's also a penalty for Rick Morris, assuming track limits. We don't get the information about the penalties on the timing screen, but we get the exclamation mark. So Andrew Rackstraw, the race winner. Jason Smith takes second, and Rory Smith for third. Megan Gilts, Hugh Esterson, Jonathan Cuttick behind them. Felix Fisher was seventh, David MacArthur in eighth, ninth Dave Parks, Robert Walt classified in 10th, 11th Pascal Montbaron, 12th Sam Street, and 13th the last driver to progress, Tom Gadd, the first one to miss out. 14th was Connor Kay, and therefore 15th, falling away in the second half of the race. Neil Toft ahead of Dave Porter. Simon Hadfield got up to 17th ahead of Gerhard Hauschulte. Adam Quartermain was 19th. Rick Morris 20th in the end. 21st was 141 Paul Unsworth, from last on the grid, or nearly last on the grid. Behind him was 167 George Townsend. In 23rd place we had Tim Fitzgerald, number 49, then number 69 of Alan Slater. 25th was number 24 of Wayne Rushworth, and the one we lost was Nigel Smith off at Cops Corner. Ian.
Yes, thank you, David. Well, there's a trophy for everybody who wins something, wins a race. So we've got a trophy for the Heat 2 winner, and Andrew Rackstraw, of course, it is. Just checking to see whether he's got his BRDC Rising Stars badge on the car. Can't see it at the moment, but he has just become a BRDC Rising Star. Yes, he has. Yes, there it is.
Ordered well.
Quite large on the engine cover. So, Andrew, over here to collect your trophy. Anu, hello. First of all, get your trophy. Photographs. And a word with Andrew. So, you had to work hard, think a lot during that race to make sure you're always in the position that Josh wanted to occupy, Jason wanted to occupy.
Yeah, exactly. It's a bit different to Porsche racing for sure. There's not as much racing going on, so it's great to be back in Formula Ford and back with Kev and the whole team, KMR. It's like a family, so to do this racing is always just so much fun, and all the South Africans here over. Yeah, it was hard work, but I assume it's going to be hard work the whole weekend, and we didn't come here for an easy race. I don't think we had the pace, few things to work on, but I think it will be fine and it will be some good racing.
Well, we made the point, of course, this is your third Walter Hayes Trophy. You've been third and second, so there's only one place to finish the weekend.
Yeah, exactly. It will only get worse if I don't come first. But these things are a bit of a lottery. I'm here to enjoy myself. This year was quite a hard year, and to have some fun with some old friends again. I look forward to it.
And the fact you raced Porsches this year and won the Carrera Cup at the end, that was a tight finish, wasn't it? Almost like the Walter Hayes.
That's it. I think I learned most of my racecraft from Walter Hayes and the Formula Ford, from all these boys. They race hard, and I did that in Porsche Cup, and it managed to pay off.
Well done on today, and see what happens tomorrow.
Thank you very much. I look forward to it.
Andrew, thank you very much. In second place, then, we have Jason Smith, winner of the Formula Ford Festival last weekend. But this is only the heat. There's still some way to go. But how was that race from your point of view? You just couldn't find a way past Andrew, I guess.
Yeah, to be honest, made wrong decisions in every move I'd done there, to be honest. Just trying to be too eager, I think it was. And then leaving that door open in the first lap wasn't smart. Made my own trouble there, to be honest. And yeah,
It's another lesson learned. So, how much racing have you done this year?
Yeah, just done the United Formula 4 Championship this year. So I won that and then the festival. So yeah, no, just really annoyed with myself how I drove in that race. So
well, there's still plenty of races to recover from over the course of today. And well, not so much today now. You've done for today, but tomorrow.
Yeah, tomorrow there's a bit of handling issues, to be honest. See, with the tyres, we've never even tried these new compound tyres. So yeah, we're gonna have to go back to the drawing board and look at my onboard, see the mistakes I made, and try and improve on the car a little bit. But yeah, we'll be stronger for tomorrow.
All the best for tomorrow.
Thanks.
And Rory Smith, last year's winner, and obviously hoping to be this year's winner, but third place, not a bad start.
No, not as good as I would have liked, if I'm honest. You know, I know the deal with this event. You got to be at the front as long as you possibly can. I mean, third in the heat is by no means out of it, for sure. There's absolutely no reason why I can't win the semi and then be right at the front of the final. But yeah, just missing a little something there. I think I raced possibly as well as I could have done. You know, got a great start, jump into first from fourth off the start, and then just got out dragged the run to the Beckett's and then getting back in first. So I was racing as hard as I could. I think we're just missing a bit of straight line speed, honestly, compared to the other two guys out there. So trying my best, giving it my best shot, and by no means out of it, that's for sure. I'll be there knocking on the door for the win.
Well, it's always unpredictable, isn't it, the Walter Hayes Trophy? You can plan it all, but you're never certain about who's going to turn out as winner on Sunday afternoon.
That's exactly right, and I think last year proved that the final, especially if it's dry, is just going to be a pure dogfight, and it's going to be the best man wins out there, and I look forward to that, and that's why I love coming back to Walter Hayes every year. So yeah, it should be good fun.
Well, it's great to see you here, Rory, and all the best for the rest of the weekend.
Thank you very much.
Thanks very much. Rory Smith then in third place in Heat 2 of the Walter Hayes Trophy. David, back to you.
Ian, thank you very much. So one or two drivers a little bit downbeat after all of that. Rory Smith, even though he's talking about how well he raced, still a bit frustrated that he was only third, and Jason Smith, I think, came in with certainly high confidence, and it didn't really pan out for him either, but we'll see what tomorrow at the semi-finals brings. For now, though, on quickly to Heat 3, the cars now being released onto the circuit, and for this it is on the front row number 3, Jordan Dempsey, and with him another previous winner of the event, Niall Murray. Niall won the same year that he won the Formula 4 Festival, which was 2016, and Jordan Dempsey, a slightly more recent winner, 2019. On the second row of the grid, 57 is Ian Campbell, and 217 Tom MacArthur. On the third row, 243 Callum Grant, and 171 Julian van der Watt. Row 4 is 154 Lewis Fox, and 48 Ben Tilley. And the fifth row, 89 and 79, 89 Brandon McCaugham, and 79 Leanne McShane. On row 6, 44 Paul Mason, and 33 Lee Newsom. On the seventh row of the grid, 151 Adam Favers, and 43 Maris Schulte. The eighth row is where you find 67, that's Stuart Adam, and 98 Leon Frost. The ninth row, 115 Benjamin Montero, and 38 the Australian supercar team owner John Blanchard, whose son Tim used to race Formula Ford in this country. On the 10th row, there's number 13 John Hayes Harlow, and 122 of Vincent Jay. On the 11th row, 133 of Cal Bennett, and 114 Neil Hunt. On the L driver, row 12, 56 Matt Taylorson, and 55 Luke Shane, and 13th row, 25 and 62, 25 Matt Smith, and 62 is Remy Brooks Johnson. That then is how they are going to line up. Cars do their one full formation lap, and the way that qualifying went was really interesting. There's the track evolving all the time with Jordan Dempsey, Niall Murray, Ian Campbell all taking a turn at the top of the time. So I think it's going to be quite a tough fight, just like the previous two heats turned out to be, honestly, for this.
Very much so, yes. So close this morning, and as the track evolved, we saw in the early stages reasonably big gaps for Formula Ford between each car at the front of the field, but when we got to the last heat and this heat, the gaps were just a tenth here and a hundredth there, and it's good to see. Just noticing that the drivers are being incredibly aggressive on their outlaps, the front drivers, not so much at the back of the field, but the top drivers really swinging the car side to side, almost looking like they're going to spin. They're pushing the car so hard and then hard onto the brakes. So they're trying to prepare, get some heat into the tyres and the brakes on this outlap.
So the cars coming up to the grid, and as they do so, Jordan Dempsey then in the red Medina Sport BH23 for pole position, and Niall Murray on the inside, which could turn out to be the better place, of course. Pole position is on the outside, which is the racing line, but the shorter line is, of course, the inside into Copse. Ian Campbell, another of the drivers from across the water, starting third. Tom MacArthur from good Formula Ford stock. Dad and brother have raced. We've seen brother already. Callum Grant in the Van Diemen, what did he go with in the end? RF91, which he elected to use. Entered initially in the Merlin, but the Van Diemen was the preferred choice. So Callum Grant, who's gone very well in historic single-seaters of all types, whether it's Formula Ford or Formula One, he's fifth on the grid, and Julian van der Watt for sixth. The last few cars just trickling into place. 25, Matthew Smith's Reynard 84 FF. Shades of John Pratt, who was the BP Works Reynard driver of 84 against the Duckham's Van Diemen of Dave Coyne. And some very fierce fights ensued, but as soon as they are in place, then the indication can be given that Heat 3 for the Walter Hayes Trophy is good to go. Top 13, remember, will go through. The rest are across the progression and last chance races tomorrow, as the final couple of marshals leg it from the grid. As soon as they are done, that means that the gate can be closed, that the green flag can be shown, that the drivers now look towards the 5-second board. Dempsey versus Murray versus Campbell potentially for all of this. So the lights go red, and when the lights go out now, the best start made by Niall Murray, who gets slightly a better getaway than does Jordan Dempsey. And Niall Murray from the inside line is going to lead, but he was already ahead even before they turned into Copse. He was able to go to the outside and claim the line for the corner and then sweep ahead. So a much better getaway by Niall Murray. He leads. Jordan Dempsey second.
Indeed it is, yes, but those two already starting to break away from third place. I'm sure that won't last. In third place is Ian Campbell, who went so well in qualifying this morning, and it's Niall Murray that leads out of Beckett. Second place is Jordan Dempsey, third is Ian Campbell, and in fourth place is Tom MacArthur. So pretty much as per the grid as they go down to Brooklands for the first time.
And Niall Murray then from second, race leader, trying to get away, but other ideas about this from Jordan Dempsey, who was going with him, and then side by side for third, as you've got Ian Campbell and Tom MacArthur overlapping, and MacArthur goes through up into third spot. So nice move that. It's Callum Grant fifth, next in the queue, as the race leaders then come up through Woodcote Corner to complete lap number one, heading towards the line. So it's Niall Murray in the lead, Jordan Dempsey in second place, the two previous winners of the event going toe-to-toe down towards Copse Corner. The pattern thus far has been that the driver that leads into Copse on the first lap wins the race, but under huge pressure. Are we going to get a third equivalent of that? Because it is Murray still ahead, but Dempsey crawling all over the back of him.
Yes, as they come up to Beckett's for the second time. In fact, Dempsey isn't quite as close as he was last time, and he's been caught now by 217 Tom MacArthur. So Tom MacArthur waving out of the cockpit at Jordan Dempsey, saying, come on, let's work together and catch Niall Murray. I think that's probably a good move from Tom MacArthur.
It is, as long as Jordan Dempsey goes with him and plays ball. So as they come down towards Brooklands, yeah, they have seemingly stopped squabbling. So Jordan Dempsey starts to edge clear of MacArthur to close a little bit up onto the back of Niall Murray, who had built quite an advantage. It was only a 10th last time, but it was bigger than that coming to the end of Wellington Straight. Through Woodcote now comes Niall Murray, then he comes across the timing line, so it is Murray leading. Second is Dempsey, and MacArthur falls back a little bit, prepared to let Dempsey get on with the job, getting up onto the tail of Murray, argue over the race lead, delay yourselves, and then back onto the tail will come MacArthur. Fourth, it is Ian Campbell. Fifth, Julian van der Watt. Callum Grant is sixth, and then Brandon McCaughey in seventh place, number 89.
Well, visually, Jordan Dempsey is a little closer to Niall Murray this time, but he hasn't actually taken Tom MacArthur with him. MacArthur's lost ground, but he's still in a strong third place. Then it's Ian Campbell in 4th place, and Julian van der Watt behind, who's at a bit of a gap. He's not immediately behind Ian Campbell, so unlike the first couple of heats we saw, the battle at the front is only between really 3 cars.
And Niall Murray, with lots of experience of Formula Ford racing and winning, holding sway for the moment as he comes out of Luffield. This is the end of lap number 3. A bit further back, Adam Fathers, number 151, in a big, busy battle to try to gain a place as the leaders go through, but the gap to the eye has come down. So although MacArthur is not with them, Dempsey now is with the fastest lap of the race to his name, a little bit nearer, just over 2.5 tenths back from Niall Murray. MacArthur 3rd, Ian Campbell 4th, Julian van der Watt 5th. Also somebody making good progress up from the 5th row, Brandon McCocken now up into 6th place, number 89.
Well, Jordan Dempsey is almost in a challenging position now. He's about a car length, maybe stretches to 2 car lengths as they accelerate away from Beckett's down onto the Wellington Straight, and under the bridge they go. Then a rather lonely 3rd place now for Tom MacArthur. He's not close enough to the leaders to challenge, but in turn he's far enough ahead of Campbell not to be challenged.
So the race leaders, nose to tail, and Niall Murray feeling the pressure this time. Car getting a bit more sideways, coming out of Brooklands, heading now up around Luffield. So nose to tail, the 2 of them. Niall Murray for Team Dolan, just ahead then of Jordan Dempsey. Jordan, remember, fastest man on the track last time around, possibly again this time because he's right in the wheel tracks, right alongside even as they come across the line. So on the inside line, Niall Murray, on the outside line is Jordan Dempsey as they go now onto lap number 5. Dempsey tries to go all the way around the outside at Copse Corner, thought better of it, so it's still Niall Murray ahead, but they are very nearly now 2 seconds ahead of Tom MacArthur. So much for him being part of that lead battle. He's really been dropped by them as they head to Beckett's now.
Dempsey had a little nibble on the outside as they came through Maggots, but dropped back in behind. He's happy to stay where he is for the moment, but gets a good run through Beckett's and much faster, well, relatively speaking, faster out of Beckett's than Niall Murray. So he comes up alongside. He's got the overlap as they come down into Brooklands once again.
But it is still Murray on the inside line, half a length ahead. Jordan Dempsey has to slot back in behind. It's fascinating, isn't it, to see the commitment. They still want to win, even though we've been hearing drivers saying that you need to survive, need to progress, need to stay in the competition. They're racing drivers, after all, and they all want that win. So coming out of Luffield, Niall Murray just ahead, Jordan Dempsey in 2nd place, and they're going to be side by side coming out of Woodcote, and again it's Murray that claims the inside line. Dempsey has to go the long way round go down towards Copse Corner, but he's almost level as they get to the right-hander. Last time he didn't bother to try the outside line, he doesn't again, he slots back in. So Niall Murray defending really well. He may not have the quickest car, but he's got the widest.
And he's not wide enough to stop Dempsey coming up on the outside at Maggots, but once again Murray knows exactly where he needs to be to hold that lead as they come through Beckett's. But now Dempsey much quicker this time through Beckett's, gets alongside before they get to the bridge. Whether he can pull ahead and be able to cut across to take the lead is another matter.
He's on the outside line, as you say. They come down to the braking area. It's still Niall Murray on the inside, although this time Jordan Dempsey tries to stand his ground on the outside, but he can't do it. Has to slot back in behind. Niall Murray makes the car just wide enough to make sure that Dempsey has to back out of it and slot back in behind, and Jordan knows that he's running out of corners or running out of laps. They come into Woodcote then. This will put 6 laps in the book, 2 to go, and Niall Murray this time doesn't really have to cover off the inside line down to Copse because he wasn't under quite the same attack from Jordan Dempsey. In 3rd place behind them, still nearly 2 seconds adrift, is Tom MacArthur. Up into 4th place though now Brandon McCocken, down to 5th is Ian Campbell, and Callum Grant's back up to 6th, heading his class.
This time up Maggots into the braking area into Beckett's. No challenge from Jordan Dempsey this time. Does that mean he's going to try and get a slightly different line through Beckett's? Yes, it is, because he comes out of Beckett's once again, going a little bit quicker, but predictably Niall Murray stays to the left of the track to defend the inside line for Brooklands. But once again, they're side by side.
And once again, the inside is Niall Murray's, the outside line is Jordan Dempsey, and it gets ever more committed from Jordan. Lap after lap, he tries to hang it out on the outside for a little bit longer each lap, but Niall Murray knows exactly which line to take to make sure that Dempsey has to lift, has to slot back in behind him. So this will put 7 laps in the book. They're about to start the last lap of Heat 3, and Niall Murray looks as though he could be our 3rd successive lights to flag winner, but again, under massive pressure. Down to Copse they go, less than a lap to run. It is Niall Murray ahead of Jordan Dempsey. It is very much a 2-horse race for the race lead. Tom MacArthur, best of the rest in 3rd. The man from Warrington as the leaders go towards you.
And it's Dempsey, he's still in second place, goes slightly to the inside, gets a quarter alongside Niall Murray as they turn into Beckett's, but has to drop back in behind. Now he cuts to the inside to try and get that overlap, and this time he even better run through Beckett's, and I think he's actually slightly ahead as they get to the bridge, but he's on the outside again. Niall Murray once again defending the inside line.
So we've got the stadium and the run to the line to go. Niall Murray on the inside, Jordan Dempsey has the front wheels ahead, he's on the outside line, and this time he's going to make it work. All the way round the outside goes Jordan Dempsey, fantastic. Niall Murray is on the outside line for Luffield, he's got to get the switch back and get the inside line coming off the corner, which he does. He's way up the curb, and it is going to be Jordan Dempsey ahead. Then he's done it, coming into Luffield on the last lap then. Niall Murray falls back to second place, nose to tail, a delighted Dempsey wins it. Fantastic race, he was punching the air even before the flag. Jordan Dempsey wins. Second then is Niall Murray, except that Jordan Dempsey is classified third, so he must have picked up a penalty from somewhere, presumably for track limits. So Niall Murray is still given the race win. Tom MacArthur second, and Jordan Dempsey for third place. Again, apologies, we don't get any information about penalties for some reason being put on the timing screen, so it comes as a mystery to us as much as the drivers.
5 second time penalty, it doesn't say what for, but it'll be track limits.
It must be somewhere, yeah. So normally you get the information on the message line. That's on our screens, at least up here, not happening. So thanks, Alistair. So Jordan Dempsey was delighted as he came across the line, but he's going to be rather less delighted. A 5 second penalty for Jordan Dempsey. It was a great move round the outside to take the win. And now, in fact, as he comes down the pit lane, there is a board being shown. So the 5 seconds to him. There's also a 10 second penalty by the look of it to Brandon McCocken, who's dropped to 8th place. So Niall Murray, the race winner, Tom MacArthur second, Jordan Dempsey third, blimey, he's going to be miserable, fourth Ian Campbell, Callum Grant fifth, Lewis Fox for sixth ahead of Ben Tilley, Brandon McCocken, Maurice Schulte and Paul Mason in 10th place. Ian, not the result we thought.
Thank you, David. So, although he didn't take the flag first, Niall Murray is the winner, with Jordan Dempsey's mighty efforts not giving him the reward he was thinking as he took the flag in first place with his fist in the air. Tom MacArthur in third place, and another classic Irish Formula Ford fight. So there should be a trophy Hovig interview in a moment, but let's in the meantime have a word first of all with the actual winner, Niall. Can we have a chat? So you weren't aware, of course, that Jordan had a penalty when he passed you on that last lap. It was quite a fight you were having, wasn't it?
Yeah, it was. Look, I'm just trying to keep it clean as well. I've been here many times where, you know, you see quick people getting knocked out in the heats and semis and stuff, so gone down the back straight when kind of Jordan was coming across on me a little bit. I just said, you know, I'll break him my normal point. If he breaks later, then fair enough. Also, it was raining the last lap, so that, you know, made it a bit sketchy coming in, not knowing exactly where to brake. So, yeah, I made the call, just brake early. I did see he went off a couple of times behind me at Cops, so I was kind of thinking maybe he might get a penalty, or he should anyway. But, yeah, look, we're happy. Bit more time to find, but, yeah.
You must have raced against Jordan many, many times.
Yeah, I did. And look, I know he's clever and he's clean as well, so I knew we were going to have a good race.
Well, you got to carry on the good work and take the flag first tomorrow's final.
Yeah, that's the plan. That's the plan. I think we're lacking a bit of speed coming out of the corners compared to Jordan. There's something, I don't know, it's like the brakes binding or something like that. There's something just holding it back every time we come out of the corner, and then it releases. So yeah, we'll back to the drawing board now this evening. And
there are a few spots in the rain in the air. Were you aware of that in the car?
Yeah, for sure. Yeah, the last 2 laps.
Did it make it quite tricky?
Yeah, because it got very, very slippy. Even the last lap turning into Cops straight away, we both lost the rear end and went wide. And yeah, into Brooklyn's Luffield as well. So. Well, let's have a word with the opposition. Well done. Oh, there's a trophy waiting for you from James. And yes, I'd like to have a word. Disappointment because you thought you'd done it.
Not quite. I knew Niall and Jordan had the pace on me, so if I could stick with them, I could be involved in the fight. But yeah, Jordan, I elected not to attack Jordan, and he just dropped me within a lap, got right on the back of Niall, and then they worked together for a couple of laps to make sure I didn't get in the tow, and just couldn't stick with them, unfortunately.
Well, any plans, any thoughts about how you might be able to get in amongst them for the whole race tomorrow?
Better start.
Better start, okay. You've done a lot of Formula Ford racing in your time there, Tom, haven't you?
Yeah, yeah.
So the start should be good by now.
You'd have thought so by now, wouldn't you? But, no, Niall's done plenty, Jordan's done plenty, so I'd argue they're the two favourites for this weekend. So it was a tall order trying to beat them today. See what happens tomorrow.
Come on, Warrington against the Irish.
No idea what that means.
Okay, well done. A word with Jordan. A disappointed Jordan.
Yeah, very disappointed. That was really, really harsh, I felt. Like I was trying my best to keep it on the track every lap, and when you're in a fight for the win, like I must have been only about half a wheel's width over. So, yeah, very harsh, very disappointed. I felt I raced well there. I got past Niall in the last lap. Car was really good, so I just have to come through tomorrow.
It was quite a move, wasn't it, to take the lead on the last lap?
Yeah, it was a mega move. Like our engines were fairly even. Just off the corners, I felt I was a little bit stronger. Just really bitterly disappointed.
Do you prefer racing on the wide open spaces of Silverstone or Mondello Park?
Well, Mondello Park is not much of a race. It's whoever's first coming out of the first corner is normally the one who wins. So, yeah, no, I enjoyed that race, but I'm just, really disappointed now.
Well, all the best for tomorrow.
Thank you. I'll be coming through.
Okay, watch that. Yeah, okay, Jordan, thanks very much. So there we are. One more to go.
Ian, thanks. One more heat to go, indeed. Heat 4 coming up very shortly, after which there will be a couple of non-Formula Ford races, but then 2 further races, the pre-finals for the Carl Hamer Trophy and the Janet Cesar Memorial Trophy to round out the day. Heat 4, though, will have on pole position the South African driver KC Ensor Smith, or Clayton Ensor Smith if you prefer, and 99 Jordan Kelly, 68 and 99 the front row. The second row, 82 Alex Walker, and 21 of Alex Ames. On the third row, 9 and 199, 9 of Ayrton Hook, and 199 Connor Willis. The fourth row, 54 and 92, 54 Doug Crosby, 92 Michael Eastwell having his only outing of the year. Row 5, number 12 Drew Cameron, 143 Jaap Blijleven. Sixth row of the grid, 71 is Andrew Schofield and 29 Ricky Simpson. The seventh row, 83 Mattia Tremalada, 19 is Ben Sims. On the eighth row, 46, one of the extras, or one of the many extras, Arno Doos with his Van Diemen RF90. 119 is Mark McKenna. The ninth row, 32 Gary Newsom, 27 Stephen Connor. The 10th row, 77 James Clark, 191 Bob Hawkins. The 11th row, 125 Chris Porritt, and 18, as he now wants to be, Jack rather than Jackie Van der Ende. On the 12th row, 74 and 190, 74 Grace Parkington, 190 Henry Campbell, and the back row, 130 Dominic Mooney, and hopefully, because the car ground to a halt in qualifying, 157 of Jeremy Kane. So everybody released, they get the full warming up lap, and then around to the grid. Right now, Niall Murray and Jordan Dempsey reflect the pit lane on their great battle, but frustration for Jordan Dempsey, but as he said, we'll be coming through. And inevitably going into Sunday morning, there are 1 or 2 hard luck stories, whether it's from a penalty or just even a non-finish. So there's quite a lot that we need to keep an eye on in this final heat as well. Lots of weaving, of course, to try and find a little bit of warmth to get into the tyres before the final 8-lap heat is going to be underway very shortly. So the way that he was going in qualifying does suggest here that Claydon or Casey, Ensor Smith, is going to be hard to stop, but Jordan Kelly got better and better over the course of the qualifying session and was able to board himself onto the front row right at the very end, so don't ignore him. But, the last few cars making their way out of Luffield now. A little bit further back on the grid, Chris Porritt, who's done a lot of Aston Martin GT4 racing in his time, now big into historic single-seaters. He can be found on the 11th row of the grid, and Jaap Blijleven, the airline pilot for KLM, regular Hawke's Trophy, another man to watch. So Casey Ensor Smith in the red, white and blue colours for pole position, all blue for Jordan Kelly to line up second, blue with a yellow nose for Alex Walker third on the grid, and yellow, the cigarette and Pennzoil oil colours, is Alex Ames fourth on the grid.
I think Michael Eastwell is one to watch as well. He we mentioned this morning he now lives in Australia where he's a wildlife photographer, but he just comes and does one race meeting a year, and perhaps that showed in the fact that he's 8th on the grid. but he's finished second twice in the last, 22 and 23, and always a factor. But perhaps his lack of match fitness is perhaps showing now.
Okay, well, we'll see whether he can convert that, as you say, with a little bit more mileage under his belt from this morning. The very distinctive Van Diemen RF78, the car that Jan Magnussen has driven here in the past in the hands of Jack van der Ende. Coming up to the grid, the last handful of cars are there. Grace Parkington, Henry Campbell. Then we should have Dominic Mooney, yes we do. And Jeremy Kane is there, despite the problems that he had this morning. The Lola T200 is good to go. So everybody, I think, is present and correct, which is good, because sometimes with the riggers of qualifying, you get one or two that can't get to the heats, but we've had full grid so far. Last row is about to slot into place, and that means that we can very quickly turn our attention to a green flag at the back and then to the lights on the gantry that should be red very shortly. So Marshall's off the track, green flag shown, 5-second warning quickly displayed, and all eyes on the lights. Then pole position on the outside for Casey Enser-Smith, who in a moment we'll see the lights go out and the race gets underway, blasts away, but he's back pretty much off the line by Jordan Kelly. As they go down towards Copse Corner, Jordan Kelly with the inside line, and it's going to be Kelly that leads then, with a very good start by Alex Ames from the second row up the inside line as well. So it is going to be Kelly in the blue car, ahead of possibly Alex Ames for second, and Casey Enser-Smith down to third.
And somebody coming right round the outside, the red and white car of Ayrton Hook as well, although he ends up fourth, so he did okay round there. He came from about sixth, but leading out of Beckett's for the first time is Jordan Kelly, and second is Alex Ames, so pretty much as you predicted there, David, on the way up to Beckett's. They leave and under the bridge down to Brooklands for the first time.
So the one that's dropped back in a sense is Casey Enser-Smith, who is being mugged on either side as they drop down, with Alex Walker making contact with Alex Ames, and Walker's got broken suspension and that puts him out of the race. So that's really the first significant drama of the day, the first proper crash if you like, and it has done for one of the front runners. So Alex Walker from third on the grid was on the outside of Alex Ames. It was right front against left rear wheel. Walker out of the race then, broken left rear corner as Jordan Kelly leads across the timing line in second place as they go by. It's Ayrton Hook now ahead of Casey Enser-Smith in fourth place. It is 199 of Connor Willis. Fifth is Michael Eastwell, and Alex Ames with a bit of damage is down to sixth. Marshall's quickly on the scene to move Alex Walker's crippled car out of harm's way.
I'm afraid it looks like Alex Ames is slightly hobbled because he's not with the leaders, but we've got three abreast into Beckett's, but the one that comes out in the lead is Ayrton Hook, number 9. Then in second place is 99, Jordan Kelly, and third is one of the... it's Enser-Smith, isn't it? Yes, it'll be Enser-Smith in third place. So with a yellow flag now showing because of that car being recovered at Brooklands, they can't overtake on the way down there, although some of them are a bit close to doing it, aren't they?
Contact, because Enser-Smith has got tangled up with Ayrton Hook and turned him around. Now, whether the yellow flag had gone in, I couldn't tell you, but there was certainly contact there, and Casey Enser-Smith was the catalyst for it, diving up on the inside line. So, another sort out, and it means that Jordan Kelly is away and gone, with now in second place, number 199 of Connor Willis. In third place, it's Michael Eastwell. Fourth is Alex Ames. Fifth, now number 12, that is Drew Cameron. And in sixth place, it's 54 of Doug Crosby.
So, up to Beckett's, we've got a car well out in the lead now, and it's the dark blue of Jordan Kelly that leads. Second place, perhaps Alex Ames is okay. Maybe he just did a lap slightly slower to check his car over, because he is battling for second place now, and he goes up the inside of Michael Eastwell to try and get the second place away from, because Eastwell was up to second ahead of Willis at Beckett's.
And there's more drama coming down towards us, I'm afraid. Willis and Eastwell get together, and Willis goes off the road on the outside. A big spin for Eastwell, but he's been able to recover. This is the most fractious race of the day, unquestionably, and it's always seemingly coming down towards Brooklands. But getting together then, that was Willis and Eastwell. Michael Eastwell had a huge spin and somehow survived it. And somehow we're still in second place. Alex Ames is in third. In fourth, it is Ayrton Hook. Fifth is Drew Cameron. Sixth is Jaap Blijleven. In seventh now, number 46 of Arno Duus. And then in eighth place, you've got number 29. That is Ricky Simpson, another of the Americans. If you survive this race, you might finish quite well.
Yes, well, all this messing about down at Brooklands has left Jordan Kelly with a big lead over a good battle for second place between, remarkably, still there, Michael Eastwell and Alex Ames in third place in the yellow car behind as they come under the bridge. Ames perhaps looking for the inside as they go down to Brooklands.
Not sure he's going to make a lunge this time. As we've been saying, maybe with a little bit of damage. That car's compromised anyway, so maybe just finishing is better than risking anything for one further row on a semi-final grid. However, what we do have at the moment is Arnaud Douce in the pseudo Marlborough colours trying to go around the outside of traffic at Luffield, and we've got Jordan Kelly absolutely away and gone as he comes through then. So number 99 Jordan Kelly goes by in the Team Dolan Van Diemen with a big margin over Michael Eastwell second. Alex Ames a class leading third, Ed Hook fourth, Drew Cameron is fifth, Doug Crosby sixth, Jaap Blijleven is seventh, eighth is Ricky Simpson, down to ninth is Arnaud Douce, and into the top 10 now comes 27 Stephen O'Connor.
Alex Ames has gone for second place as on the run from Copse to Maggots and got it. So Alex Ames is up to second, ahead of Michael Eastwell in third. In fourth place is Ayrton Hook. Those three nowhere near the leader, but they're far enough ahead, I think, of fifth place Drew Cameron to not need to worry about him behind as they come down to Brooklands once again.
And they will do so now for the fifth time of asking, with now Alex Ames under attack from Ayrton Hook, who's already had his own dramas in this race, don't forget, being tagged into a spin by Casey Ensor-Smith, who is still trying to recover. Now, Ensor-Smith is only 14th. That means that he doesn't progress direct to a semi-final here, so another place needs to be gained at least by Casey Ensor-Smith to help him on his way. One place gets him at least to progress, but after that, the higher up the order he can start tomorrow. So Kelly leading by over 3 seconds. Eastwell is second, Hook third, Ames down to fourth, Cameron is fifth, it's Crosby in sixth place, and Casey Ensor-Smith is now up into 12th place. So he's managed to do it, he's got into that progression zone.
The second place battle coming up to Beckett's, the leader of course around and gone, and it is now Michael Eastwell back up into second place at this end of the circuit. In third place is Ayrton Hook, and Alex Ames challenging behind. Then behind them in fifth and sixth places we've got Drew Cameron and Doug Crosby making their way down, but they're not in a challenging position. But behind them is a huge battle of all the midfield cars from seventh backwards.
And Ayrton Hook has gone by in second place then ahead of Michael Eastwell, so the wildlife photographer shovel back a place, and he's also coming under attack from Alex Ames. Jordan Kelly then continues to dominate this race, helped by all the silliness going on behind him early doors, but through he has gone. Jordan Kelly the leader, gap back to second, third and fourth going through now. Ayrton Hook ahead of Michael Eastwell, ahead of Alex Ames. Fifth place currently number 12 of Drew Cameron, ahead of Doug Crosby in sixth, but a huge wave of cars pouring over the line a little bit further back. Now Casey Ensor-Smith is up into 8th place and might well be 7th by the time he comes out of Copse Corner as he looks for a way through the traffic. So after his dramas, Casey Ensor-Smith coming back through the pack.
Yes, and he was in the middle of that big pack, wasn't he? So he's made up a lot of places in a lap and a half. The second place battle comes out of Beckett's. It's Michael Eastwell alongside Ayrton Hook, side by side, but Eastwell importantly has got the left-hand side of the track for the inside for Brooklands.
Down they come, Hook on the outside line then. Tries to get himself ahead of Michael Eastwell when he gets his front wheels ahead. They both try and avoid contact. Good clean racing between the two of them there, but Michael Eastwell hangs onto the place then. So the Australian-based Brits in the Spectrum chassis, the Australian-built car, back into second position as across the line now. 7 laps down and 1 to go for Jordan Kelly. Second, third, fourth still together with Eastwell ahead then of Hook, and in fourth place Alex Ames. Fifth is now Casey Ensor-Smith, is it? No, fifth is Cameron, sixth is Doug Crosby, seventh is Casey Ensor-Smith. So he's had a very good charge up through the field. It's not the result he was after being on pole position, but at least he is going to progress.
Jordan Kelly goes through to run down the Wellington Straight for the last time. Now we've got the battle for second place coming through. Michael Eastwell it is, just ahead of Ayrton Hook and Alex Ames. No challenge as they came up into Beckett's. A good slipstream for Alex Hook as they go down, but there's a green flag, so we've got 2 cars off. I'll come to that in a moment. 2 cars off in Beckett's.
Okay, and Ayrton Hook 2 wheels on the grass. Contact with Michael Eastwell coming into Brooklands, but they've survived it. They were rubbing wheels. Eastwell on the inside into Luffield. On the outside is Hook, and they are going to come through still with Eastwell ahead. Jordan Kelly, in the meantime, takes the checkered flag to win Second is going to be Michael Eastwell, but only just. Ayrton Hook dives to the outside line as they come across the line, but Eastwell survives. Michael Eastwell second, Ayrton Hook for third. Fourth goes the way of Alex Ames. Drew Cameron's going to be fifth, Doug Crosby sixth, Casey Ensor-Smith seventh, and the fastest lap of the race. However, what happened up with you on the last lap? Who did we lose?
Two cars came together. I didn't see the incident itself looking the other way, but it was number 27, Stephen O'Connor. Now, he had a moment in qualifying, didn't he, as well? Anyway, yes. Stephen O'Connor, I'm afraid, has very much deranged front suspension, and the other car involved, 83, Mattia Tremalada, in the Van Diemen from Team Dolan, and his rear left wheel is severely deranged, so that probably gives you a clue as to who hit whom. It looks like 27 went up the back of 83, but in the middle of Beckett's.
Oh dear. Right, Alistair, thank you. Jordan Kelly then takes the race win. Michael Eastwell second, Ayrton Hook in third, Alex Ames fourth, Drew Cameron and Doug Crosby rounding out the top six. Casey Ensor-Smith in seventh. He was the catalyst of his own downfall, really, with that lunge up the inside. One or two of those incidents, I suspect, may get looked at, but we'll wait and see if anything comes of it. Top three make their way down to the presentation area, and it is a very happy Jordan Kelly that is the winner of heat number 4. So drivers out of cars, and Ian Titchmarsh arrives on the scene to have a word with our top three. Ian. Or not, as the case may be. That sounds more like
Yes, we got the, that was a scrappy race, but it's the tidiest top three in the pit lane at the end. So Jordan Kelly, the winner, for whom James Beckett, oh, it's Freddie's turn, son of James. Jordan. Come and collect your trophy. We like it done with the backdrop of the Walter Hayes logo. Well done, Jordan. There may be more to come before the weekend's out. Right, yes, so that was a bit straightforward for you, wasn't it? Perhaps you didn't really know what was going on behind.
Yeah, well, I lost the position at the start, but I knew just trying to keep the head and staying as far forward. But I seen one of the Spectrums send it down the inside of the Ammonite, and I knew he was not getting stopped, so I went as wide as I could to avoid them and have enough room to get around them if they touched, which they did. So that just gave me the break I needed. And
well, you've got to keep on the lookout, haven't you, for other cars coming in this sort of racing?
Oh yeah, yeah. The sim racing, I used to do a lot of sim racing. That helped a lot with awareness and stuff, with watching for other cars doing them kind of things. So that's helped a lot. So hopefully we can keep moving forward. We have first place now, so can't complain.
Well, it was a very strong win, that one. So see what happens later on in the weekend.
We will do. Got a bit lucky, but sure, we'll take it.
Well done, Jordan. Congratulations. Michael in second place. Michael Eastwell. Well, that was a rough old race, wasn't it?
Yeah, that was pretty eventful. To be honest, I think there were so many incidents in that I've already forgotten what happened where and on what lap.
No, I'm not going to ask you that. Yeah, you took the flag in second place.
Yeah, I mean, I'm very happy with that because we started 8th. Obviously, the goal was to move forward and hopefully be on a podium position.
Why were you so far back on the grid?
We had some troubles this morning. I ran a couple of track limits as well, which pushed us down the order. So yeah, we started 8th. So my bad, really.
But so you must be buoyed up by that, and now looking forward to tomorrow.
Yeah, a bit of a recovery drive that. So yeah, very much looking forward to tomorrow. We're still in the mix. Second's good. And hopefully we can go forward from there tomorrow.
I'm told you're now in Australia and not doing that much racing.
No, I'm not. My last racing event was this time last year doing the Hayes. So yeah, I'm shaking the rust off, and I definitely am a little rusty, but yeah, by the end of the weekend, hopefully I should be there. So.
Well done so far.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
Right, and in third place, yeah, Ayrton Sook, is it? How do we have it?
It's Hauk.
Ayrton Hauk, right.
Sir.
Yeah. Well, is this your first Silverstone?
This is third time here. I came in 23, I did a national, and I did the Hayes in 2023. But first podium here at Silverstone. I know it's a heat race, but still to be in the top 3 is pretty nice.
What did you, are you Formula Ford regularly?
I used to be a Formula Ford racer in America. I did 2 seasons, came up with a vice championship in Formula Ford, moved on to USF 2000, starting to get into some closed wheel stuff. Porsche is looking to just go anywhere right now, really open.
Well done on so far so good. Were you expecting to get into the podium position in that race?
I wouldn't say podium. I definitely knew we had more pace than was shown in qualifying, so looking forward to keep moving up. I think the saying opposites attract. I had a red car, a lot of blue guys were touching me, so I think we'll see how this goes on. The car held up really well, really happy with the team, happy with the car. Can't thank the Aminette guys enough. Looking forward to tomorrow. I think we had a lot of pace. Definitely could have contended for a win here. Got spun, I think, second or third lap, climbed back up, and I'm really excited for the rest.
Yeah. Well done so far.
Thank you so much.
And remember, it's Ayrton and it's Hauk.
That's it, Ayrton Hauk.
Thanks very much. Okay, cheers. Well done. There we are, David.
I have
Ayrton Hauk.
made notes of how to
Yes, good.
pronounce it. Thank you for that.
H-O-W-K is the way to write it phonetically, I think. Anyway,
Splendid.
back to you.
He's done a good job as well, and it's good to have him back, returning to Silverstone. Ayrton Hauk then for third place, second to Michael Eastwell and Jordan Kelly as race winner. As far as the Walter Hayes Trophy part of the day is concerned, although there are a few cars to retrieve from the dramas up at Beckett's on that lap, there's going to be a break for them. The successful drivers, the top 13 out of each race, will progress now to the semi-finals. 14th to 18th in these heats will go into the last chance race, and anybody that was 19th and back will go into the progression race tomorrow. And assuming we have this many, the top 16 from the progression race going into the last chance, and then we'll worry about how it works after that. So 2 rather battered cars to be brought back to the pit lane, and we will turn our attention to the next of our races very shortly. So well done to Jordan Kelly, winner of Heat 4, and to Niall Murray, Andrew Rackstraw and Jacob Tofts as our earlier race winners. Right, we'll have a very short break just before we turn our attention to non-Formula Ford racing, and more cars will head to the circuit very shortly. Right, Formula Ford's retrieved, somewhat battered and bruised in 1 or 2 cases. The next race of the day is going to be the first of 2 this weekend for the Historic Sports Car Club, High-Tech, Alfa Romeo and Italian Intermark Championship. There is a championship at stake this weekend, and drop scores need to be factored in. We may need to concern ourselves more about those tomorrow than today. There are lots of extras, which is quite good. It was a decent enough entry anyway. First up at number 2, Tom Laudage. He goes into the modified class. Tom Laudage, Laudage. He drives an Alfa Romeo Mito. It is a 1750cc engine car from 2010. We also gain number 14, Andy Page. He's in the modified class with his faithful Alfa Romeo Giulietta of indeterminate vintage. And from memory, it was a 2-litre turbo engine, but it's many years since I've seen the car, and the information's not been supplied. 23 is another addition, James Ford. He goes into the Twin Spark class. He drives an Alfa Romeo 156 of 2,000 cc's. And we also gain 104, Mark Purcell, and he drives an Alfa Romeo 155 of 2,000 cc's. The grid, based on the qualifying time set this morning, will have on pole position number 40, Jamie Thwaites, with his TCR spec Alfa Romeo Giulietta, and number 57, Barry McMahon, with him at the front of the grid. On the second row, 156 is Scott Austin with his Alfa Romeo 156, and 87 is Jack Berry with the 4C that had a couple of pit stops in qualifying, so fingers crossed all is well with that car. On the third row, number 1 is Toby Broom, who, even allowing for drop scores, is still the champion. And he's got 34 George Osborne to line up alongside. On the fourth row, 30, Stacey Dennis, and 79, Dave Messenger. On the fifth row of the grid, 14, Andy Page, and number 6, John Griffiths with his 156. On the sixth row of the grid, 22, Chris McPhee with the Fiat Punto Abarth, and 59, renumbered car, it was number 20, but 59 is Mark Skeggs with his Giulietta. On the seventh row of the grid, 18 is Nathan Bignell with the 33, 42 is Ian Wolfenden's very distinctive 156. On the eighth row, the Ford family, 23 is James, and 9 is Richard, both in 156s. On the ninth row of the grid, 104, Mark Purcell's 155, and number 12 is Ian Fennick with his 147. On the 10th row, number 19 is David Pickup. And number 53 alongside is George Warren with his 156. On the 11th row, 68, the very attractive GT of Steve Godfrey, and 165 is Andrew Winterton's 156. And the back row, number 2, Tom Laudage, who had dramas with a rather smoky Mito, and 8, Tom Pringle, having his first race outing in the 1965 Alfa Romeo Giulia Super. Tom, whose father Stuart is the chief executive of Silverstone, and Tom doing the Mutton Grand Prix all-comers races as well. So although it's an Alfa Romeo dominated entry, Chris McPhee proving that it is also open to other Italian cars with the Fiat Punto. And the nice thing about this is that, yes, okay, there are one or two older shapes, but also some more recent ones like the 4C and like the Giulietta and the Mito as well. Tom Laudage, hopefully, by the time he's ironed out any maladies with that, will make it go even faster. So the cars turning their way now up through Beckett's, and it is going to be a 20-minute race. Barry McMahon with the Giulia proved to be rapid for most of qualifying, but Jamie Thwaites built and built and built and built, and then eventually put himself not only to the top of the times, but also by well over a second he was quicker in the end. So the TCR Giulietta one to watch. In terms of championships, as I say, Toby Broom is the outright champion, and has not been beaten, I don't think, all year within the Powell Trophy. As far as the modified class is concerned, that is being headed by Jamie Thwaites, the man who's on pole position. He's had 3 class wins. Nathan Bignell heads the Turismo class in the 33, and he's got 4 class wins. And then in the Twin Spark class, that's being led by Richard Ford, number 9, and he's had 3 class wins over the course of the season. Jack Berry in his 4C has taken 3 modified class victories also, so we know he's competitive. And as for Barry McMahon, he sort of dipped in and out of the championship a bit this year. So, as I say, really good to have modern shapes on the grid, and the 147 GTA of champion Toby Broom, great looking as well, a sounding car that makes its way to the grid. So the last handful just emerging now from Luffield, up towards the grid they will come. And then 20 minutes underway. Tom Pringle at the back with the Julia Super, novice cross adorning the car as well. The 33 of Nathan Bignell making its way into position. The car's also displaying not only the class that they're in, but also in many cases the weight of the car. Mark Purcell's 155 there, goes to the grid. And the last couple of rows, we'll have 165 of Andy Winterton lining up alongside, I was going to say Tom Lordage, but I reckon this is an amended grid, because starting at the very, very back is number 42, which is Ian Wolfenden. So Ian Wolfenden's car goes to the back, and therefore there's no gap on the grid, so I don't think he's doing that by choice. I think he's doing that by having had some sort of penalty. Anyway, 42 Ian Wolfenden is going to start last of all at the very back of the grid. So we are good to go. Last car into position then, and in a moment the green flag can be shown at the back to get the high-tech Alfa Romeo Championship Italian Intermart race underway. The green flag waved then, 5-second board shown on the gantry, and lots of different sights and sounds and shapes and sizes on this grid are about to be unleashed. Now the lights go to red, and is it going to be Giulietta or Julia, or 4C or 156 to make the best start? It's the Julia of Barry McMahon that storms away, and Ian Wolfenden's car goes and stalls, and he's now stranded on the grid as the leader goes through Copse Corner. So it is then Barry McMahon who's made the best start then in the Julia, getting himself ahead of everybody else, as now Ian Wolfenden gets going delayed from the grid.
And it's the 4C that leads into Beckett's for the first time of Jack Berry. Second place is the white Julia of Barry McMahon, and then Jamie Thwaites in third, and I think he'll hold on to third despite a very strong challenge from Scott Austin. From my experience of seeing these races this year, Jamie Thwaites always starts very slowly, and I wonder whether that's because it's a TCR car and they have rolling starts. I wonder whether the clutch perhaps isn't rated for a standing start.
Could well be. So down they come then for the first time. The 4C, which is very much a sort of track day car for the road, in the lead of Jack Berry, with Barry McMahon in second place. The Julia towering over the 4C as Jack Berry storms clear at the end of the lap. McMahon in second place, Jamie Thwaites third, fourth is Scott Austin, fifth is the 147 GTA, then in the hands of Toby Broom, and in sixth place behind looked like being the 75 in the hands of George Osborne. Race leaders already making their way out of Copse, and Jack Berry leading at the end of lap 1 by 0.6 of a second.
Yes, he is, and probably similar to that up here at Beckett's, but Jamie Thwaites closed right in now on Barry McMahon for second place. In fact, he almost went round the inside and then thought better of it, went round the outside, and sticking with them is Scott Austin in the silver 156. But despite looking quick through Beckett's, in fact, Jamie Thwaites is still in third place, didn't make the move stick.
And down the pit lane with the bonnet up, and therefore obscuring the windscreen, has come number 12, Ian Fenix, 147. So the air's got under the bonnet, ripped it up, so he's peering sort of underneath it, and he's limped into the pit lane, and that's going to try and be closed and remain closed. The leaders are about to emerge for the second time out of Woodcote. Jack Berry in the 4C away and gone, with now Jamie Thwaites girding up his loins to have a go at Barry McMahon for second place, and he needs to get on with that before Jack Berry disappears up the road. In fourth place going through, it is still number 156 then, Scott Austin ahead of Toby Broom, and the leaders accelerating their way now up to Beckett's. Jamie Thwaite's transponder has given up the ghost, so according to TSL, he's not actually circulating, but he's very definitely third.
He's very definitely, yes. Very big in the mirrors of Barry McMahon, number 57, in second place. Again, he's closes right up, but then surprisingly, Barry McMahon has a better top speed. By the way, Tom Laudage came to a halt at Beckett's in the it's a Mito, isn't it?
Yes.
That? Yes. But he's got going again. He'll be with you shortly, and I suspect he'll be with Paul in the pit lane just after that.
Right, okay, yes. Very wide goes Scott Austin there, coming down through Brooklands. But Jamie Thwaite has got himself onto the back of and ahead of Barry McMahon coming out of left field. So exactly what you were suggesting is happening, a slow start. But now Jamie Thwaite's going great guns then in that TCR specification 1750 Turbo Giulietta. In a straight line, though, the Giulia coming back at him, Barry McMahon. But the leading three, all concertinaing as they go through copse and problems for Scott Austin. The silver 156 very slowly coasting past the pit. So he's about to lose the place now to Toby Broom. The champion's going to get past him, and Scott Austin, I fear, is another one bound for the pit lane at the end of this lap.
Oh, he may have lost Scott Austin from the lead battle, but the three that are there have all closed up now, with Jamie Thwaite's closing right in on Jack Berry in the 4C. He gets right up behind him. I think he's going for the inside into Brooklands and maybe take the lead.
And easily takes the lead. In fact, there wasn't a lot of resistance put up there by Jack Berry, almost like he knew what was coming. So the Giulietta goes through, and is the 4C fading because it's lost the time that advantage that it had. It's lost the lead, and straight away Barry McMahon gets the Giulia onto the back of the 4C as well. Ian Wolfenden is very slow in his 156 that started at the back of the grid. They just put a lap on Tom Pringle, getting out of everybody's way, coming now round Woodcote. So the new order is Jamie Thwaite's in the lead in the Giulietta, I should say. The 4C second of Jack Berry, the Giulia third Barry McMahon. They are round copse, and nobody else for fourth has emerged from Woodcote yet. It should be, I think, number one Toby Broom. It is in the 147 GTA. And behind him in fifth place, it's going to be George Osborne, 75, and sixth now, Stacey Dennis with her Giulietta.
A quick spin for car number 6, John Griffiths, in his 156 at Beckett's, but he got going again before the leaders arrived, so the yellow flags had gone in. But comfortable lead now for Jamie Thwaites, who races all sorts of things, from Lola T70s through a lovely couple of chevrons he's got. But today in his TCR car, he seems to enjoy this one very much indeed.
Richard Thwaites' son.
Richard Thwaites' son, that's right,
Yeah.
yes.
Down the pit lane comes Scott Austin in the silver 156, so sadly that's him seemingly done, at least for today. John Griffiths, rather more standard 156, has gone by. About to be lapped though by the now dominant Jamie Thwaites, who's clear from Jack Berry, from Barry McMahon in third place. They've put a lap on number 12, Ian Fennick, with the bonnet closes back out. And Ian Wolfenden's 156, looking like it should do now. It's sort of behaving itself. It didn't like getting off the line, but it is now going properly, as so too is the Revs Italia 147 GTA of Toby Broom, going through now in fifth place.
Leaders go through, well in amongst slower cars now. I don't want to tempt fate, but Jamie Thwaites was leading like this 2 weeks ago here and spun at Beckett's and couldn't get the car restarted. So he was pushing on, even though he was in a comfortable lead. But he's not had any problems up this end of the circuit, but he's now lapping as he goes round.
Nice little battle going on between number 9, which is Richard Ford's 156, and Chris McPhee's Punto Abarth has just gone all the way around the outside in a straight line. So Chris McPhee may not have an Alpha badge on his car, but he's managed to go very well in that hot hatch. Barry McMahon third in the Giulia, falling away from Jack Berry now, as the leader Jamie Thwaites has gone by for another lap and is 2 seconds clear, with lots of back markers to worry about now.
Yes, and it's constant. It's the remains of the lap down to you. Is cars have been through and the leaders are coming up on them into Beckett's, just lapping one of the twin spark cars. George Warren gets through past him, and then there's a whole bunch of cars gone under the bridge, so he'll be collecting them down at your end of the circuit. Jack Berry still in second place, and Barry McMahon in third. Toby Broom leading his class, the this year's and last year's champion.
I thought we'd lost Andy Page. He is still going, and he's in 8th place. He's further up the order than I thought in the earlier Giulietta. The 33 coming past me now is Nathan Bigman's car, and the race leader threading his way between back markers. So Jamie Thwaites round the outside of Mark Purcell's 155, Jack Berry behind him doing his best to stay in touch, but it's still a second and a half that margin. And Barry McMahon's Julia falling quite a long way back in third place. It's now 3 seconds, the gap between second and third. Jamie Thwaites now has lapped all the way up to 10th. Mark Skeggs in 10th place will be the next target.
He's not dropping Jack Berry that quickly, is he? Is Jamie Thwaites, the leader? He's making his way through past a similar car, but not the TCR spec car, so he's gone blasting past as they go down under the bridge. Jack Berry still very much in touch, so any sort of small mistake or misunderstanding with the back marker would slow Jamie Thwaites maybe, and he'd be able to challenge him. Jamie did a couple of seasons in the Ferrari Challenge UK about 4 years ago, I think it was. Okay. Took some wins in that.
Now, just looking at as he was coming out of Beckett's lapping Chris McPhee was Jack Berry, and Chris in the Punto had all sorts of understeer going on, and you think, that's all it takes for one little drama to get your race ruined. But safely, and is still clear of Barry McMahon in third place. Jamie Thwaites round Copse then. Jack Berry 1.6 seconds back. That last lap again, not as quick, but to the eye, he doesn't seem to be dropping all that far away. Maybe the traffic flattered him just a little bit that time around. So we've still got 11 minutes and change on the clock, and Jamie Thwaites continues to hold sway.
He does, yes, as he comes through and passes a slower car. It's in fact the troubled number 2 Mito of Tom Laudage, which is still going, but doesn't seem terribly happy. Anyway, both leaders have gone past. Then it's Barry McMahon next through. Toby Broom yet to appear at Beckett's, but comfortably leading his class.
Okay, Jamie Thwaites in the meantime just needs to keep out of trouble, doesn't he? But the fact that he's always got back markers up the road sort of keeps him on his toes. Jack Berry, again, still looks in contention as Andy Page goes through in the Ginetta Turbo, a car which had great success going back probably 2 decades, and the BRSCC's equivalent of this. Leaders go through. Fastest lap of the race down to Jamie Thwaites, and he's now stretched the margin to 2 seconds. So he is dropping Jack Berry a little bit more now as we get towards half distance. Class is being led by Thwaites, by Toby Broom, by Nathan Bignell, and also Richard Ford in 13th spot.
Leaders back up at Beckett's once again. Slightly less traffic around this time, so they get a clear run through Beckett's, but nevertheless, visually, the Jack Berry 4C, which is a lovely car, isn't it, is not that far behind Jamie Thwaites. Still, I feel still has a chance if Thwaites makes a little bit of a mistake.
Yeah, and it wouldn't take much to delay him in traffic either. Good 156 battle going on. Number 19 on the outside line losing out. That is David Pickup. I think it's John Griffith's similar orange car squabbling with him. And ahead of the pair on the road is this year's champion, Toby Broom, in the 147 GTA. Good little fight that going on. That was for 17th and 18th places.
That's up here at, just gone through up here at Beckett's. And the thing about these Alfa races, there's always somebody to race with, because although they're split into 4 classes, it means that they can challenge each other within the class.
It's done on engine modification rather than engine size. Those 2 156s entering into the spirit of the Walter Hayes by being orange, which is the sort of corporate colour. Race leader then, Jamie Thwaites, last time around was 2.5 seconds to the good. Another fastest lap of the race at 1 minute 0.543. That's about half a second quicker than he was doing in qualifying, as Toby Broom goes through in 4th place. So Jamie Thwaites well clear up front. Now, where's the next little battle going to come from? Mark Skeggs, number 59 Giulietta, closing on the punto of Chris McPhee for 10th, isn't he? Up with you.
Yes, actually McPhee's already gone through. I was looking the wrong way there. I thought they were coming up to me, but they're actually on their way back to you. But yes, McPhee in 10th place. Skeggs, the extra runner, in 11th. And the 2 Fords in 13th and 14th, both running in the Twin Spark class, 1st and 2nd.
Chris McPhee is another of those in the Power Trophy, and sorting his way through the traffic, but Mark Skeggs coming back at him. Tom Laudage with the modified Mito, developing that car all the time, getting out of the way, but that starts to sort out the competitive puff of smoke out of Mark Purcell's 1:55 as he went by. 8 minutes are on the clock, and now Jamie Thwaites really has got the better of everybody, because after a 10th gain here and a 10th gain there, all of a sudden he's 3.8 seconds up the road. And discuss what's happening to Barry McMahon as well, because bearing in mind he led on the first lap, he's now 8 seconds away from the second place car, so he's lost a massive chunk of time over the last couple of laps. Through has just gone the top 2, with the lead gap now 3.6 seconds. But is the Julia hitting problems? Barry McMahon dropping further and further back now. Sounds okay, but it's falling away, as I say. So race leader now on lap 13 up towards Beckett's.
Yes, and just round Beckett's and coming towards you. I said a lap ago and didn't realise what I was saying. The 2 Fords, they're all Alfa Romeos, but you know what I mean, the
yes.
Ford family cars.
Yes.
9 and 23, first and second in twin spark, quite close together. They're split at the moment by Toby Broom, who's a lap ahead of them in 4th place. Meantime, the leader has been through, as has second place. And there goes Barry McMahon, increasingly further back.
Yeah, that car just nothing like as competitive as it was earlier on. So Barry McMahon fading. We've had a spin at Brooklands, and it is either John Griffiths or David Pickup, because it's an orange 156. I think it might be John Griffiths' car that's gone around, as the leader has gone through. Jamie Thwaites now 13 laps done. So the TCR spec Ginetta goes by. Jack Berry in second place, now 10 seconds back. He's lost a massive chunk of time on that lap, and makes one wonder whether that was traffic or a problem, because instead of a 61 second, it was a 67 second lap. And actually Barry McMahon, I should say, is closer. So does the 4C have a problem? It did 2 pit stops this morning, but it's had a very, very slow lap.
It's just arrived with me. Sounds all right. No, it's accelerating away. I think it may be traffic. Okay. But we do have one car that's gone straight on onto the Grand Prix circuit, now parking itself out of the way so it doesn't cause, it's George Osborne, doesn't cause a yellow flag up here if he can get behind the barriers, which he has done. Well done, George. So I'm afraid it's a retirement for the black 75 of George Osborne.
Yeah, it looked like it was mechanical, just pulled off, so that's a big, big shame. So Jamie Thwaites dominant up front. Now what about the 4C for Jack Berry? You've got Barry McMahon still trying to work his way through traffic. The 4C goes through. Its last lap was a 67. That's a 68. So I can't necessarily put this all down to traffic or yellow flags. Over the line comes McMahon, and his lap is also a slow one of a 68. So the race leader's pace has backed off a bit as well. So maybe yellow flags are having more of an impact on this than might be expected.
Yes, if they're behind a much slower car as they approach the yellow flag, they have to slow down to their speed. So that, yes, that could account for a 4-second loss, or even 8-second loss, as you've described. There goes Barry McMahon through now. He's got some cars ahead of him. We had the yellow's gone in now. There's a brief yellow as the driver just walked across to the marshal's post, but the car was parked out of the way, so it only affected a few cars.
Right, Jamie Thwaites has now got 4 more minutes to go, and his best has been a 60.3, so much better than he went in qualifying. He's now lapping around the 63-second mark, so he has slowed. Jack Berry goes through in the blue 4C in second place, speeding up again. That was a 64-second lap, so now Barry McMahon also back up to proper pace, doing 62s. The gap second to third is coming down, so although the pace is quickening of both, the faster of the two is McMahon. Can he do anything about the 4C then before the end?
Well, he's got 3 slower cars between him and the 4C as they come up to Beckett's. He brakes quite late, so he's not eased off at all. He's got to get past that really differential in speed as he puts the power on. McMahon there just blasts past 2 other cars in his challenge on Jack Berry. Berry's down at Brooklands as he comes under the bridge.
So race leader Jamie Thwaites goes by. That's now 16 laps in the book, and Barry McMahon getting a little bit caught up in traffic as he comes now around Luffield. So they're going over the timing line is Jack Berry in the 4C, well clear, and now Barry McMahon has wriggled still ahead of 156's to go by in third position, but the gap has opened up, and all of a sudden Jack Berry's done a proper lap of 60.9. So it does make you think that all is not necessarily well with that 4C, because its lap times have absolutely yo-yoed all the way through this race. So the 4C now doing what it kind of should have done, but its lap times have been up and down all the way through the race, but it's hopefully now a bit more competitive.
Yes, visually you can see that Jack Berry has extended the lead a little over Barry McMahon in third place. As he went under the bridge, McMahon was still coming out of Beckett's, so it looks like he's got the message. Toby Broom still leading his class in fourth place overall, the Power Trophy class.
Yeah, the 33 Nathan Bignell through in ninth place. Sounds a little bit more raucous maybe than he did early on, but it's still going. Jack Berry has just gone through, still losing time to the leader, and is still being caught by Barry McMahon. The lap times continue to yo-yo in that car.
The leader's been through, absolutely imperious now. It's just well ahead. We don't even see the second place car. Here he is now, just coming through Beckett's, and Thwaites is already, I think, round Brooklands. So a very big lead for him. McMahon comes through, and the gap between him and Berry probably about the same as last time. Similar sort of lap time for second and third.
I suspect that Jack Berry will say it was all down to traffic, and when he's got a clear run he's able to be a bit braver and push on. But Jamie Thwaites, certainly as he goes around Cops Corner now with time for this lap and one more, has been able to absolutely charge away. And as you suggested at the start, not a brilliant getaway from a standing start, but once the car's up and running, then he's fine.
Yeah, lots of experience, Jamie Thwaites, over the years. Enjoys his racing, as I say, got a lovely stable of cars, and appears in this year. Seems to enjoy driving the TCR spec car. Here's Jack Berry coming into Beckett's now. Where is Barry McMahon? There he is. He's possibly a little closer, but nowhere near challenging. So Jack Berry looks pretty strong in second place.
So Jamie Thwaites coming up to start the last lap. He could probably afford to back right off and make it the last lap. He's so far ahead. However, he's about to go through now, breaks the beam, and does so with 17 seconds on the clock. So he goes down towards Cobbs Corner, one more lap to run. A rather dominant display. The only thing he hasn't done in comparison with the HSCC meeting here of a month ago is have the spin up at Beckett's, and fingers crossed he will not do so. Second place, a long way back, Jack Berry. Fourth is Toby Broom. So what that means, because he's just gone across the line, you've got only the leading three on the lead lap now.
And halfway around the last lap, Jamie Thwaites comes onto the Wellington Straight. He's disappearing off under the bridge. We haven't even seen second place just coming out the Cops now as Thwaites disappears. So he really has extended that lead in the latter part of this race. As Berry comes up, and McMahon in third place behind with one headlight on.
And Jamie Thwaites is about to emerge then as a race winner. The clock has hit 0, and so the Giulietta comes through. We've got them 3 wide further back, Mito, Giulietta and 156 GTA all together, but the checker flag at the ready then, so Jamie Thwaites comes through to rather dominate the first of our 2 high-tech Alfa Romeo and Italian Intermarque Championship races, and he wins by the proverbial a country mile, does Jamie. It should be Jack Berry's 4C for second place. I can see it over in the distance at Luffield, and then Barry McMahon in third in the white Giulia, which is coming out of Luffield now for fourth place to confirm the championship. Toby Broom's 147 GTA has just gone by. Right, Jack Berry takes second, Barry McMahon now across the line for third. Toby Broom already home in fourth place to win his class. We should get Nathan Bignell to win the Turismo class, which he does, and that should give us Richard Ford to win the Twin Spark category. Toby Broom wins the Power Trophy, and modified goes to Jamie Thwaites. So those the class winners. Good mix of cars, and I know it's a rather dominant win, but some decent racing going on up and down the order, and I'm intrigued to see what happens tomorrow to Ian Wolfenden's 156, because once that got into its stride, it was pretty quick, but starting at the back of the grid and a very subdued getaway suggested that it had a problem, but once that had cleared itself, it ran well. Okay, Ginetta Juniors will be next onto the circuit, and then we turn our attention to our final 2 races of the day. We go back to Formula Ford, but for Alfa Romeos. Jamie Thwaite, the race winner, from Jack Berry in 2nd place, Barry McMahon 3rd, ahead of Toby Broom and Stacey Dennis up to 5th, Andy Page 6th, ahead of Dave Messenger, with Nathan Bignell, a class-winning 8th, Chris McPhee 9th, Mark Skeggs in 10th. Right, winning cars down the pit lane here.
Well, thank you very much, David. Yes, well, we've got this Jamie Thwaite's TCR car with very little red paint showing because it's covered in stickers. And some of them say Ginetta on them, have racing numbers and tyres, and so it goes on. But you can barely see the traditional Alfa Red beneath all those stickers. Anyway, Jamie is the winner. And in 2nd place, we have Jack Berry with the 4C, who will stop and join us, yes. And Barry McMahon with the Julia. So we'll begin with the winner. We've got any trophies around? No, don't know we have, but we'll have a word with the winner. Jamie, could we... Can I butt in and have a word with you? Jamie, hello. Yeah. So in the end, that was quite a dominant win, but at one stage it looked as though it was quite hard work for you.
Yeah, I don't know if it's a cold, well, it is a cold track. The tyres are taking a long time to come in, so I wanted to take it steady. They were being very stringent on the track limits. Yes. So early on, when I didn't have much grip, I was trying to be very well behaved. But I did get a black and white flag later on when I was trying to get it under a minute, and I just ran wide a couple of times on one lap, and so I had to back off then.
But you enjoyed the race.
Well, it's better when you're racing with somebody, but.
Well, who's the normal opposition for you in the championship?
The 4C of Jack's been quick on occasion, but it's very circuit, or it needs the right. So like Donington, it was quick. Right. Whereas here, not quite as quick as me.
Now you and your dad before you got quite a collection of historic and classic cars, haven't you? But does this Alfa come within the classic and historic category or modern?
It will do at some point.
Well, yes, that's why you're keeping it.
Yeah, I mean it's a supercar to drive, and it's got proper international touring car history with Aidan Moffat, etc. So,
okay, right. Yeah, so it's a great car. I speak as an Alfa Romeo enthusiast as well. Okay. But you've got Lolas and other sorts of exotic historic machinery, haven't you?
Yeah, between me and my dad, we've got just about everything from F1 to, modern day touring cars, and everything in between.
Yeah, well, we'll see you again tomorrow.
Yes, I'll be out tomorrow. And hopefully at some point Thundersports will be back with the HSCC. So
that would be good, wouldn't it? Yes.
The M8F again.
Yes.
Get that out.
I'm old enough to remember your dad in his Brabham BT8.
Okay. Yeah, I don't think I was born then.
No, I don't think you were. Anyway, well done.
Thank you very much.
Right. Right, Jack, where are you? Hello. Yeah, I think Jamie was also suggesting, was expecting you to make a race of it up front, but he was too quick for you.
Yeah, apparently so. It's been the same all season long, to be fair, chasing the Ginetta. But we've been dealing with a few gremlins in the car, like that in the last few races has been the most honest that we've kept him until we've had a problem. Do you know what I mean? But at the end of the day, the TCR car has had hundreds of thousands of pounds worth of development. It's a fully blown race car. Jamie's built a race car that's as competitive, well, almost as competitive with a rookie driver to sort of compete with this. Do you know what I mean? So hats off to him. He's done great, So I really enjoyed that race. That was good, and like to share it with Barry as well. This time was great, and
weather permitting, we hope you can do it all again tomorrow.
Yeah, no, looking forward to tomorrow as well. Yeah, just a few little changes to make, and hopefully we can make a race of it. Yeah, all good.
And if Jamie's listening, I'll still say I own Alphas myself, but okay. I do think this is a gorgeous-looking car.
It's beautiful. It's the prettiest car on the grid. Yeah.
There we are. Yeah, I'm not going to disagree with you. We're going to have a word with Barry now. Well done. And here we are. So quick in this morning's qualifying, but you were gradually overhauled in the race.
Yes, unfortunately, the two lads have got great pace, a much lighter car, obviously taking a very modern car, which is 1,600 kilos in weight to start with. So we've got quite a lot of weight to lose, including the driver.
Yeah, well, you used to have a Ginetta, of course, didn't you?
I did have the Ginetta, and also my green 156 was out there as well.
Yeah.
So I sort of missed the 156 from a handling point of view. But obviously, we got to move forward with the new Giulia.
And I mean, the Giulia, I mean, I've got one to drive on the road. It just looks a bigger car and therefore perhaps not best suited to racing.
Well, you've got to start somewhere. And so we're looking forward. We've spent 2 years developing it. We've now got the horsepower really where we want
What engine have you got in it?
This is the 2.9 bi-turbo.
Right.
So it's the V6.
Yes.
So sort of the Ferrari engine, but 2 cylinders less.
Yeah, yeah.
But yeah, so ultimately it's got potential. We just got to try and work out how to take about 300 kilos out of it next.
And you're devoted to Alfas because you've been racing them now for a good few years, haven't you?
Yeah, since 2007. So yeah, almost 20 years.
I bought my first Alfa was an Alfa Sud. So it's
well, you have to start
before
somewhere.
your time.
Yes, excellent. So we're not looking forward to tomorrow's race.
Yeah, well, I look forward to seeing on the track. I just think they're fabulous-looking cars, even if they're not quite in the Alfa 4 class.
That's okay. I'm looking forward to it. Maybe next year we may get a little bit quicker.
All the best.
Thank you very much.
Okay. That's Barry McMahon then, who has this glorious white Giulia. Right, I'm going to hand over the interview mic to Trussers now. Paul's going to take the long walk up to the other end of the pit lane, which is where the Ginetta Juniors will end up after the race which they are about to have.
Ian, thank you.
Yes, back to you, David.
Well, Paul, before you go walkabout,
yes,
there were 1 or 2 penalties, I think, that have come out of the earlier
there was
Ginetta race.
Oh, of the Ginetta race, right?
Yes.
Go on.
Well, only in terms of track limits, but
Yes.
I'll let you factor these in for later on. So Harry Bartle was 1, he dropped to 8th. Josh Watts, we thought was in the leading group, he also got a penalty at the end. The 2 that came off worse were Raul Zonzaran and also Jamie Ambrose. They got 15 seconds in total. So there are quite a few.
Yes, that would affect points, of course.
Yeah.
This being a 3-race championship where all 3 races take place this weekend.
And you get 35 for a win.
Yes.
Yes, and you get 1 for pole position, which went the way of Jarrett Clark, and you get 1 for the fastest lap as well. So yes,
But
we'll need your spreadsheet tomorrow.
Oh yes, no, it's already prepared.
Oh, good.
So I'm raring to go for that. What we do have for the grid, though, is cars formed up based on their second fastest qualifying time, isn't it?
It is. So
And then the third race will be the results of this race.
That's right. So they need to sort of keep out of trouble for track limits and anything else in this. You're quite right. Okay, I'll let you set off now to go and walk up to Parc Fermé. We've got 20 minutes of racing to come, which will just about do it. 55, Jarrett Clark then, on his 15th birthday. Pole position for race 1. He's on pole position for race 2, but he didn't win the first. He ended up only 5th. Let's see what he can do here. Second on the grid, the race 1 winner, therefore the championship leader, Lewis Goff. Third on the grid is number 18, Torin Byrne. And 4th, 95 of Noah Young. 5th is 75, Colin Cronin. And 6th on the grid, 73, Harry Bartle. 7th is 36, Sebastian Lusch. And starting 8th is 26, Jess Phillips. 9th on the grid, 22, Josh Watts. And 10th, number 3, Raul Zonzaran, who ultimately was only 17th in the first race with the penalties applied. On the 6th row, 54, Riley Cranham, and 83, Remy Lake. On the 7th row, there's number 11, Henry Cameron, and 46 of Jacob Ashcroft. Row 8 on the grid, number 5, Anna Scarborough, and 67, Vlad Tomenchuk. And then the penultimate row has 74, Kai Beach, and 13, Savo Solochenko, with the last row being 17, Luke Walton, and 8 of Jamie Ambrose. The race again is going to be over 20 minutes. We had a safety car in the first, and that ran to 17 laps. So 17, 18 is probably going to be the target here. Jarrett Clark, as I say, is the driver on pole position and celebrating a 15th birthday, and went really well in qualifying, but got involved in a bit of a skirmish up at Beckett's, didn't he, in the first race, Alistair, so ended up only 5th.
Yes, it was. The whole race was very good indeed, but yeah, just that one incident where one car got sideways, which was Jarrett Clark, and that caused, I think, a knock-on. I'm not certain of this, but it looked to me as though it caused a bit of a knock-on, which took out 2 further cars, although all got going again. Just a bit messy through Beckett's.
fastest lap earlier on in the day done by Torrin Byrne, a 1:11.6 lap record for these cars here. Josh Roundage going back 3 seasons now, 1:10.7. The Winter Series has had the likes of George Gamble, Carrera Cup GB champion James Kellett, currently doing great things in GT World Challenge Europe, Jamie Caroline, Seb Prio, Adam Smalley as previous champions. Freddie Slater, who's been one of the stars of junior single-seater racing this year, winning the Formula Regional European title, race winner in GB3 after a great season. He was the 2022 Winter Series champion. And last year, Isaac Phelps, who went on to do good things in GB4 this year, he was the champion. And that's on top of the fact that you've got the national championship as well that runs through the summer. Quite a few drivers dip in and out of the Winter Series to gain experience or gain signatures for the following year. So up to the grid then they come. Jarrett Clark this time will want to try to get away, not get involved in any of the battles. They're great to watch, but they don't necessarily help one's results. So that's what kind of did for him before. Last car onto the grid is going to be Jamie Ambrose, so the grid is complete, although we did have one or two little bit second-hand after the first race. They've all made it back to the grid, and we can look down the pit straight then, ready for the green flag to be shown. At the back it is. Now the drivers then look towards the lights. Got one going backwards. All of a sudden that was Savo Sobolchenko, but he's in the right place I think now. So is everybody good to go? They are. The lights are red. Round 2 of the Ginetta Junior Winter Series then is go, and a good start made from pole position by Jarrett Clark. It's a good getaway then on the run down towards Copse Corner. Everybody away cleanly with number 75 Colin Cronin, who was delayed in race 1 trying to gain ground heading into Copse. He goes 4th, so it's Clark in the lead. It is the championship lead of the race 1 winner Lewis Goff 2nd, Torrin Byrne is 3rd, and Cronin up into 4th place.
Yes, once again, like the first race, it's the grey car of Jarrett Clark that leads into Beckett's for the first time. But coming up the inside of Lewis Goff to take 2nd place is number 18, Torrin Byrne. Very similar to what he did last time. A good start. Then Colin Cronin in 4th place, side by side for 5th place. The one on my side was Noah Young. The one on the other side completely blocked from my view. They were absolutely side by side.
It was that Ginetta G40, you know. So down they come for the first time. Jarrett Clark in the lead, and for 2nd place on the inside line it is Lewis Goff. On the outside for 3rd is Torrin Byrne. Colin Cronin trying to squeeze up the inside then, and he will go 3rd, I reckon, in the yellow car. Yes, he does. So Cronin 3rd, down to 4th is Torrin Byrne. In 5th looks like being Harry Bartle, and then 6th is Noah Young as the cars come up towards Woodcote for the first time of asking, and it is going to be the man from pole position, Jarrett Clark, in the lead, but not by very much. 2nd is Goff, then Cronin 3rd, Torrin Byrne almost pushing him past the pits then, and Torrin Byrne needs to dive to the inside going into Copse, otherwise Cronin's going to move across and defend, and oddly enough Byrne doesn't even think about the move, so it's 4-1 pretty much for the race lead. You've got this big 16-wheel Ginetta in the lead of the race, at the very head of which is Jarrett Clark.
Still is, yes, but he's going to be passed on the inside, I suspect, by Lewis Goff as they come up into Beckett's. Yes, he is. Colin Cronin tries to get a piece of the action as well, with the gap opened up by Lewis Goff, but actually Cronin runs a little bit wide, allows Torrin Byrne through on the inside, but they are still side by side. But the group has not broken up really. We've got lots and lots of cars joining the back of this 16-wheel car in their lead.
And nose to tail then the top 2 this time. It is now Goff ahead of Clark. Cronin to the inside for 3rd place, goes through, so Colin Cronin ahead now of Torrin Byrne, ahead of Harry Bartle. Noah Young goes a little bit wide behind them and loses places, and he's all over the grass, and as he rejoins that causes a bit of mayhem. Carl's having to scatter in avoidance. Right, the leaders coming to Woodcote, end of lap number 2. So Jarrett Clark did lead. Lewis Goff now does lead in the Family R Racing car, ahead of his teammate. It's still for Elite Motorsport Colin Cronin in 3rd place. It is now Torrin Byrne 4th, Harry Bartle 5th, 6th is Jess Phillips, Raoul Zanzaran is up into 7th, Sebastian Lusch is 8th, 9th it is Riley Cranham, and Noah Young has dropped back into 10th place, and way wide coming out of Copse Corner that time is Colin Cronin.
Yes, it looked like he was in a different county as he came up towards us, and that's lost him a little bit of ground, allowed Torrin Byrne to come up alongside, Byrne on the brakes, but one wheel on the grass, that wasn't going to work, so he stays in 4th place with Colin Cronin just ahead, but right behind the car of Torrin Byrne is Harry Bartle. He's there now, as he was in the first race, right up there in the mix, but the top 2 getting away, aren't they, Goff and Clark?
They are indeed. There was one rally crossing coming out of Beckett's that time as the R Racing duo working together, I think, to try to get away. Once they've built the gap, then they can start squabbling for the race lead. If they do it too early, it's just going to give the drivers behind the chance to tow themselves back into the mix. Torrin Byrne is still third. Colin Cronin going through in fourth place. Fifth, it is Harry Bartle. And then the top six being rounded out at the start of the lap by Jesse Phillips. We'll see whether the car has managed to survive as the leaders go through. And there's very little at the moment that suggests that Jarrett Clark is committing to making a move down towards Copse, sits in the wheel tracks then. Still, I think those two happy to work together and try to break away from the opposition. Having said all of that, it's only 9/10 that the margin second to third now stands at, because last time around, Byrne doing a personal best lap in third place.
And this time Colin Cronin is splitting the pace performance pair. They could work together as well, but Cronin is the outlier in these. Two for the lead and two for third and fifth, but Colin Cronin all on his own, number 75 in the Elite Motorsport car in that second place group of three cars. Then behind them is the Phillips and Zanzaren battle. But the leaders already down to Brooklands and looking a bit more racy this time.
Yeah, it's true enough. So we've got a battle for the lead, a battle for third, in which Cronin wants to get past Byrne. But again, those three need to stop fighting each other and get themselves up with the leaders. Then we can have a five-way battle for honours. We've had 1/4 distance pretty much elapse as the R Racing duo emerges again from Woodcote Corner, still with Lewis Goff in the lead. Jarrett Clark wanting to win for his birthday. And then in third place, Torrin Byrne now has managed to shake off Cronin by about 2 lengths. So Torrin Byrne possibly becomes the one to watch, because his last lap was quicker than the two ahead of him. So Byrne third, personal best lap, and he was edging away from Cronin going into Copse. Cronin needs to be careful with track limits as well after his wild moment a lap ago.
Well, Cronin's caught back up with Byrne again now up at Beckett's, and in fact behind Harry Bartle is close behind Cronin, so those three have concertinaed back up again. Change for the lead coming out of Beckett's with a move on the inside for Jarrett Clark, but that does put him on the outside. No, it doesn't, because he's got ahead, a much better run through Beckett's than Goff. So Jarrett Clark actually is in the lead, approaching Brooklands left-hander.
He is indeed this time, so back into the lead goes Jarrett Clark, but Lewis Goff wants the lead back. In fact, you can tell that from the way that he was way up the curb on the inside of Brooklands. Track limits quite often are on the outside, but Brooklands is where drivers do take that little shortcut on the inside and try and ride the curb on the inside of the corner. A little bit wide out of Luffield though, Jarrett Clark kicking a bit of dirt into the face of Lewis Goff behind him, all of which is bringing Torrin Byrne back into the mix. He's taking Cronin with him, Bartle fifth, and as they go past the pits then, Clark to Goff, 1/10 of a second. So it's every man for himself. They are teammates, but every driver, of course, has to, through their family, find the budget to go into this. So although you don't want to take your teammate out, there are certainly no team orders at stake. Up towards Beckett's they go, but that lead battle is growing, isn't it? It's nearly the full five now.
Yes, they've caught up now. I think the battle between Jarrett Clark and Lewis Goff has slowed them down a little bit on that last lap, and now Torrin Byrne is right there already on this lap, and Colin Cronin probably 2 car lengths behind the car ahead. So Torrin Byrne is the one that's most likely to challenge the two leaders.
He's going to challenge, I think, on the outside line, as Lewis Goff now has to make this decision. Does he attack for the lead? Does he defend for second place? All of a sudden, Colin Cronin thinks, right, they're all getting caught up. I've got a chance to gain ground here, and that brings Harry Bartle right up onto the tail of him as well. So we have now got the 5 race leaders as one as they come into Woodcote Corner to round out lap number 6. It is still just in the lead of the race then Jarrett Clark, with Lewis Goff behind him. Torrin Byrne, though, just can't quite stay with them through Woodcote, loses the length also. Side by side for the lead, and it's going to be Goff on the outside line as they break for Copse, and he's going to go back in front. Is he? No, not quite. So Jarrett Clark hangs on to it. Clark leading Goff second. Torrin Byrne benefiting from that squabbling ahead. He is now again back on their tail in third. Cronin fourth and Bartle fifth.
And got a great tow as well as they come up towards Beckett's. Does he try for the inside? No, he doesn't. But somebody that does want to move is the one on the outside of Harry Bartle. He goes round the outside of Colin Cronin, but that probably will end up with Cronin taking that place back again on the exit. But Harry Bartle doesn't give up. He goes onto the grass in an effort to keep alongside, but in the end has to drop in behind. But it is now a 20-wheel Ginetta coming down under the bridge to Brooklands.
Yeah, there are more people in the race, the best of them being in 6th place, 54, which is Riley Cranham, but he's a long way back as the leader goes very, very deep into Brooklands. So that was Lewis Goff going wide. Jarrett Clark gets ahead of him, and now Torrin Byrne on the outside line for Luffield, tries to go all the way around the outside of Goff, can't do it, but Jarrett Clark takes full advantage of that, so he will lead into Woodcote. Cronin now comes up to have another go at Byrne as the leader comes to the end of lap 7. It is Jarrett Clark ahead, Lewis Goff second, third is Byrne, fourth it is Cronin, fifth is Bartle, and then there's quite a big gap back too, as I say, the car of Riley Cranham in 6th place. Bearing in mind as well, Lewis Goff won the first race, he's second in this, he's also the best placed of the rookies, in other words, having not done a full season of Ginetta racing, and it's Clark in the lead right now.
But Cronin goes very wide into Beckett's, trying to get a position, but again he's on the outside of Byrne, so he can't make his way around there. He has to drop in behind and actually leaves the door open for Harry Bartle to come through. So Bartle is side by side, must be getting a wonderful tow from ahead, because 3 cars across the track ahead of them and splitting the air for them. So the 5 of them come down now, and it could be any one of these coming out of Brooklands in the lead.
Absolutely. Well, I think it's going to be Clark who leads in. Bartle and Byrne get themselves side by side, so Cronin gets shuffled back behind the 2 pace performance cars. Byrne is ahead of Bartle as they get up towards Luffield, so it's 2R Racing, 2 pace and 1 elite for the leading 5. This is going to bring us almost to half distance. It's going to take you to the end of lap number 8. A lot of laps can be crammed in around here in 20 minutes. It's physical stuff, this, for the drivers, and Jarrett Clark leads. Lewis Goff goes to the outside line as they head past the pits. Now it's getting just a little bit more fractures, I would suggest. Clark making that car slightly wider, but Lewis Goff on the outside line tries to have a go for the race lead, mindful that Torrin Byrne is right there behind him. And as they come out of the right-hander of Copse Corner, it's still Harry Bartle, 4th and 5th. Right there as well is Colin Cronin.
And up to Beckett's this time, the wide line being taken by Torrin Byrne this time, trying to outbrake round the outside of Beckett's, but that does leave the door open. He goes incredibly wide and drops back to 5th, so that was a bad move there from Torrin Byrne. He was looking to get second, ended up 5th, but I think it may even be 4 abreast as they come down the straight now, with Colin Cronin back in with a chance of getting up into 2nd place.
I think it was Clark and also Goff that sort of outbraked themselves and went wide, and with Byrne being on the outside of them, he had nowhere to go. We've got one rather battered car off the circuit, but it is Jarrett Clark in the lead now, with Colin Cronin up into 2nd place. In 3rd, it's now become Harry Bartle. In 4th place, it is Lewis Goff, and 5th, Torrin Byrne. He had got himself up into 2nd, but then by being hung out to dry on the outside and others running wider, he just got squeezed onto the grass, and that's cost him. So it's Clark leading. Now Cronin comes up to see what he can do, and we're going to go safety car. So there is a penalty board being applied, but I can see a safety car board as well, and I did say there was a car off the road.
Yes.
And so the safety car is being deployed, and that might help the likes of Goff and Byrne to bring them back into the mix.
And the car that's off the road is on the exit of Beckett's. The driver, I'm pleased to say, is out of the car with the marshals, perfectly okay. The car looking very sorry indeed. Although Ginettas do tend to undress themselves, don't they, when they hit something, because they're all plastic. But a fair bit of damage there at the front of the car. And I think it may be Revy Lake.
It is.
Yes. Right, thank you. Yes, I wasn't 100% sure because the number has been obscured.
No, it is Revy Lake's car, you're quite right. This might take a little bit of shifting. If you remember the earlier race, the safety car we needed for about half a lap, that's all, but this might take a little bit longer. I'm trying to see who it is that's being shown this 5-second penalty, because again, the information is never offered to us on the timing screen, but I can't see a number, and as yet nothing has come up on the timing screen with an exclamation mark either, just to complicate life. But anyway, somebody is being given a penalty, one assumes for track limits. So the race leaders come by.
The penalty is for number 17.
Right.
And it is a 5-second penalty for Luke Walton.
Okay, thank you. I was about to say I'm fearful it might be for Colin Cronin because we've seen him go wide at least twice at Copse, but Luke Walton it is then that gets that.
Well, Mr. and Mrs. Breakdown Bob have arrived, and Hillary with the rope, Bob on the I think will be the crane to get that car off the side of the road.
You're right about how they undress themselves. So once you move the front section of bodywork, it sort of looks worse than it is really, but there's a bit of rear damage that's been done. So
Yes, apologies for not actually seeing that happen. I was concentrating on the leaders going down under the bridge and then found that car parked on the grass, so he must have spun off on the outside of Beckett's and hit the barriers there.
So Revy Lake's car being removed. All of this eats into the 20-minute race. We've got 6 3/4 minutes on the clock, but it keeps the race going, albeit under controlled conditions like this. So the drivers now working their way up around the right-hander of Luffield. The light's still on top of the safety car. So race order: 55 Jarrett Clark leads the way from 75 Colin Cronin, and in third place 73 Harry Bartle. It was Goff from Byrne from Jess Phillips in the earlier race, so a very different top three. Jess Phillips currently in 7th. So the Silverstone BMW safety car goes by, and everybody in good order. Just looking to see where one or two of the drivers that went well in race 1 are to be found. Noah Young down in 9th, he got roughed up early on. Josh Watts down in 10th place, although he fell away in the first race, didn't he, as well, because of a penalty. So the penalty for Luke Walton's going to put him to the back, and we've lost Revy Lake anyway. We've got 5 3/4 minutes of the race still to go as the clear-up operation continues over on the outside of Beckett's, but the car now on the flatbed, and with Marshall scampering back to post, just making sure the car is secured, and then it can be hopefully fairly swiftly driven away. The other good thing, of course, about Silverstone, and especially that Beckett's area, Alistair, is there are lots of vehicle access roads left or right.
That's right, yes. There's one halfway down the Wellington Straight just before the bridge, which may be open, and that would probably be where Bob will go. But as you say, yes, lots of space. And the clerk of the course will be on the phone to the safety car saying, just back off a bit, because if we can get this car cleared before he comes round onto the Wellington Straight, then the lights can go out this time.
Yeah, well, the breakdown track, I think he's going to the outside of the track before the vehicle bridge, and the safety car is coming over the line at Woodcote.
Yeah, that'll be clear in time then. Yeah. So the lights should go out before the bridge. In fact, Bob, is he? No, he's decided to cross the track and go through the entrance I suggested just before the bridge. Because there were no cars. He'd obviously, they have a radio in the truck, so they know exactly what's going on. Yeah. Yep, the safety car just coming out of Copse.
So it can extinguish its lights this time. We can go racing. 17, Luke Walton. Apart from the fact that he's got this time penalty, he was a long way back anyway. So he's kind of being hit with a double whammy. He's not even on the back of the queue under the safety car and still gets the 5-second penalty. So the safety car comes out of Beckett's. The lights, we hope, will
They've just gone out, yes.
Yep. So we can go back racing this time. We are at just under 4 minutes. A flying lap is about the 71-second mark if you're at the head of the queue. So we're not that far away then from the race getting back underway. Maybe 3 more laps we can squeeze in as the safety car will come to the pit lane. It's up to Jarrett Clark then now as the race leader to control the pace. He's got them all slowed right down at Brooklands, ready to, if you like, pull the pin to accelerate away. It's up to him now to decide when to go, but once you accelerate, you've got to keep going. You can't go and slow, otherwise accidents are caused behind. So we are still at a very slow pace. The longer he takes to do this, the fewer laps he might get into the race, and the fewer laps he has to defend for. But now, coming out of Luffield, Jarrett Clark accelerates away then, so the Australian-British driver on his 15th birthday accelerates over the line. We get the race back underway, just over 3 minutes on the clock, and a good restart by Jarrett Clark then. He's 3/10 up the road from Colin Cronin as they go down towards Copse Corner. Turning out of the right-hander then, this is lap 14, and so Clark, Cronin, Bartle, Goff, Byrne, that's the top 5.
And it's Cronin who's the closest to the leader. In fact, in third place is Bartle, not I was going to say not challenging, but just a bit later on the brakes than Colin Cronin, and closes right up. But out in the lead is Jarrett Clark, as you say, a very good restart indeed. Colin Cronin now coming under pressure already from Harry Bartle in third place, and in turn Bartle is being challenged by Goff. Goff all the way back from the lead to 4th place now.
So at the moment, you've got Jarrett Clark escaping because 2nd, 3rd, 4th, 5th are all having their own big battle, with Colin Cronin defending the inside line, Harry Bartle on the outside, then it's Goff, then it is Byrne tucked up behind him. There's another one that we've lost into the gravel as well, I'm afraid. So 2 minutes are on the clock, but another car off the road. We'll come to that in a second as the leader on his own pretty much now. Jarrett Clark, after a really good restart lap, comes up towards the timing line. So Jarrett Clark goes through. Cronin versus Bartle for 2nd place. It's at Copse where the car in question has come to grief, so there's a flashing yellow light going down towards Copse corner. That takes away an overtaking opportunity, and as they file through the corner now, Clark already ahead by 0.6 of a second.
And we've actually got yellows at Beckett. Oh, we've got the car you've seen, I think, is at Beckett's, not Copse.
Right.
Unless there's another one at Copse, of course, because we've got yellows up here as well. So unfortunately, that's taken away pretty much half of the circuit in terms of overtaking opportunities. And the leader, Colin Cronin, getting pushed by, in the nicest possible way, by Harry Bartle as they come out of Copse corner, out of Beckett's corner. But Jarrett Clark has a huge lead.
And the one that's in the gravel up with you is Noah Young, and the yellow flag zone starts on the way into Copse, ready for Beckett's. So Clark leading the way, but Harry Bartle trying to go around the outside of Colin Cronin for 2nd. It doesn't work, so Cronin is 2nd, and all of this squabbling is just enabling Jarrett to pull away even further. He's coming up to start the last lap then, and when Paul Trustwell speaks to him at the end of this race, there might be birthday cake available, because Jarrett, on his 15th birthday now, is 1 lap away from a first win. Checkered flag goes out early with 40 seconds on the clock, but the flag goes out early too, possibly because of that car in the gravel up at Beckett's. But the checkered flag thrown early by about 40 seconds or so. So it is a win then for Jarrett Clark from Colin Cronin, and then Harry Bartle 3rd, 4th goes the way of Lewis Goff, the race 1 winner, 5th Torin Byrne, and 6th in the end Josh Watts. But the checkered flag going out early, as I say, I can only assume it's because of the car in an awkward place up at Beckett's.
Yeah, I think we'd have had a safety car anyway, so better to just stop the race. Otherwise, we'd have just finished another lap under the safety car, because that car is just on the edge of the gravel, so just a small amount of grass between that and the track.
Okay, so our 2nd Ginetta Junior Winter Series race of the day, and a different winner, and on his birthday as well. Honours go then to Jarrett Clark from Colin Cronin in 2nd place. Harry Bartle takes 3rd, 4th to Lewis Goff, 5th Torin Byrne, and Josh Watts in 6th. 7th to Jess Phillips, 8th Raoul Zanzara, 9th Henry Cameron, and the top 10 rounded out by Jacob Ashcroft. The winning rookie again, Lewis Goff, taking that 4th place, and 2nd in the rookie class, Jess Phillips, 3rd, Jacob Ashcroft, 10th overall. So Colin Cronin might be the grumpy one, thinking he was denied a chance to attack for the race lead, but he was going to be denied that, whether it was an early checkered flag or a safety car, from what Alistair is suggesting up at Beckett's. But Jarrett Clark wins from Colin Cronin, and Harry Bartle taking 3rd place, and well, it illustrates how competitive it is, isn't it, with a totally different top 3 in that race than what we had in the first round of the championship earlier on in the day. The deciding race in the Ginetta Junior Winter Series will be tomorrow, and the Ginettas should be on track at about 10:50 for their final 20-minute race. We've got 2 more races to go today, the first of which will be the Carl Hamer Trophy pre-final, 8 laps coming up for the pre-82 cars, and then the Janet Cesar Memorial Trophy pre-final to round out the day. So the Ginettas all go to Parc Fermé because the scrutineers want early access to the cars, but there is Paul Trustwell.
I'm here.
It's their birthday cake, because you've got a 15-year-old on his birthday winning a race.
I know. I was just trying to think back to what I did on my 15th birthday, and to be honest, I can't quite remember, but I'm sure alcohol wasn't involved.
Nor were Ginettas, probably.
Oh, well, yeah, no, Ginettas were definitely not involved. It might have been a bit of scale extric, as you were saying.
Yeah.
But Jarrett then, very happy with that, I'm sure. He's got his helmet off. He's already given the thumbs up to his team. Big grin. Tucks his helmet away in the passenger seat of the car. That's where it belongs. Jarrett, happy birthday. That's a good way to celebrate, isn't it?
Yeah, it was a good race. battling at the start. Tried to break away with my teammate. We couldn't really, so it ended up being a bit of a battle. Then the safety car came out, and after that, I just managed to break away and maintain the gap.
I mean, you didn't really get a big challenge at any point, did you? Whereas in the first race, you were starting from pole position, and it all went kind of a little bit pear-shaped in the first race.
Yeah, it was good to come back from the first race with an unfortunate crash, so yeah.
But, of course, you've got to do it tomorrow. That's where the Winter Series will be decided, whether it goes your way or someone else's. Have you got a plan? Because you've won this race. That puts you on pole for the... that'll make it 3 poles at the weekend. You looking forward to tomorrow?
Yeah, I think I'll just take the race as it comes, probably try and do what I have been trying to, breaking away with my teammate Lewis. So we'll just take it as it comes. Hopefully we can end up on top.
And tonight, celebration or early night and get to bed early?
Probably an early night to prepare for tomorrow, so yeah.
You're only 15 once.
Yeah, well, just got to wait, I guess, for tomorrow.
Okay, yeah, best of luck for that. Where's Colin Cronin? He was in his car and then he escaped. I think he's over there. Colin? Where's Colin Cronin? Colin! Hang on.
I can hear you getting your steps in here, Paul, as you tramp around. He might be up at the exit gate.
He is, you see. Colin, that's second place, which is, again, better than you went in the first race, so you must be pleased with that.
Yeah, the first race went not great. Ended up in a big enough crash. So, yeah, that race there struggled a bit, to be honest. Just didn't have much pace at all, and just kind of damage limitation, really. That was kind of the best we could get.
Well, second place is pretty good limitation of damage, in my view. So tomorrow, you're going to look for a win, are you, from the outside of the front row?
Yeah, we'll give it a go. Try and get into the lead and make it a fight and see what we can do.
And plans for next year already? You're thinking about 2026?
I think it'll be GT racing. Just don't know what, where, when, really.
Okay, hope it goes well. Good luck tomorrow.
Cheers, thank you.
Okay, well done to Colin Cronin. And then our third place finisher, Henry Bartle, who could be anywhere. You see, I mean,
there are people in green and white overalls sort of ahead of you if you go back
Yes.
along the fence. I'm not saying they are.
No, well, you see, that's the trouble, you see. I don't actually know what Henry Bartle looks like. Who's Henry?
Harry, even.
Harry Bartle, sorry. Harry Bartle, it's you. Sorry, Harry. Third place, but you're going for consistency, looking for wins. How was your race?
Well, it didn't start off great. It was a bit slow at the start, and then as the race went on, I made a few moves. Safety car came out, and after that, I got stuck behind Colin, who was defending, so didn't have a chance for the win, and couldn't get past the second, so I had to settle for third. And the first race came third as well, but I got a track limits penalty, so going to the last race, it should be close.
How do you find the Silverstone national layout? Because you don't race on this during the regular season, do you, on the national circuit?
You do plenty more laps, so it's safety cars don't matter as much. You get more racing. Toe is massive, so it's not more of a racing track compared to a pace track, so it should be good.
What's your favourite corner here?
Turn 3.
Oh, hang on, where's turn 3? Beckett's?
Yeah, onto the back straight.
Yeah.
Yeah.
They've got corner names here at Silverstone. You don't call them numbers.
I don't know the names, so yeah.
Okay, that's your job for the next week. Learn the corner names at Silverstone. Well done, Harry, third place.
Thank you.
Congratulations then to our 3 wins. We found them all in the end.
Well done, Paul.
You see, Harry is one of the few that doesn't have his name on his back.
Oh, I see.
A lot of them have their names on them, see, which helps enormously.
Your conversation about corner names and numbers.
It does annoy me.
Well, it also reminds me of the time I went to the Spanish Grand Prix. The first year it was on the streets around Valencia. And I arrived sort of halfway through Friday and walked into the press room, and it was the press conference that Bob Constanduros was hosting. And somehow, presumably because it was a new circuit, it was all turn 1, turn 2, and so on and so on. And Bob was trying to explain to Fernando Alonso that at Alton Park in the UK, there's a corner called Knickerbrook. And if you've ever wondered what the example of utterly vacant looks like, it was Fernando Alonso's expression as he was trying to compute what Knickerbrook meant and why anybody would want to be telling him about it. But yeah, I think in certain worlds, corner numbers will suffice. But here, yeah, we'll stick to the names, won't we?
I think so.
Yes.
Well, especially you have so many different configurations that turn one on one circuit becomes a different number on other circuits.
It's true.
It?
It's true.
Yes. You've got to be sharp.
Right, on that note...
Where do we go from here, David? I've lost the thread.
Formula Ford.
Oh, good.
Next. We'll come to those in a moment. Formula Ford will be next. That's the end of our second round of the Ginetta Junior Winter Series. They are back on track tomorrow with a win apiece then to Lewis Goff and his teammate Jarrett Clark. We'll do some number crunching as well in readiness for the showdown tomorrow. We'll have a very quick break and then look forward to our final two races of the day for the Walter Hayes Trophy in a few minutes. So back to Walter Hayes Trophy Formula Ford next, because the older cars, which are given their standalone finals, also are given their standalone pre-final, if you like. It's a kind of qualifying race for that. And it is going to be the Carl Hamer Trophy pre-final first. If you've got programs, you'll be able to see all the background to the different trophies and who they're named after. But Carl Hamer, through Crompton Lighting, was a big supporter of racing at Silverstone in the 70s and 80s into the early 90s through sponsorship of drivers, of championships, and the Driver of the Day award as well. These cars up to 1982 are running for his trophy. The grid then is going to be headed by number 19, which is Ben Sims, and with him at the front, number 119, Mark McKenna. So Ben Sims in 19, Mark McKenna in 119 on the front row of the grid. On the second row, 125, Chris Porritt, and number 18, Jackie, now please call me Jack, van der Ende, the Dutch driver, winner of the Formula Ford Festival a few years ago. On the third row, 98, Leon Frost, and 130, Dominic Mooney. The fourth row of the grid, former Formula Talbot champion, John Hayes-Harlow. He used to be a Johnny Hayes-Harlow, but he's also now dropped his Y. He's John Hayes-Harlow. Cal Bennett, number 133, is alongside him. On the fifth row, 55, Luke McShane, and 112, Tom Gadd. The sixth row, 157, Jeremy Kane, and number 51 of Joe Ahrens. On the seventh row, number 2, Rick Morris, who would be a deserving winner of this, but he's got some work to do from 13th on the grid. And 14th, number 167, George Townsend. On row 8, 41, Nigel Smith, and 62, Remy Brooks Johnson. On the 9th row, 75 and 69. 75 is Harrison Morrow, and 69 is Alan Slater. The 10th row of the grid, 141, the Lola of Paul Unsworth, and 31 is Robbie Allen. The 11th row, 472 is Dominic Shepherd, and 52 is Anthony Denham. And the back row is going to be 58, Jamie Perry, and 277 of Peter Hannum. That then is how they should line up. And if I peer across the paddock, I see no ships. If I look towards the assembly area, I see no movement. So we might be a few minutes yet before cars are released. We should have this race starting at 3:10, and as it's 2:15, then there's certainly ample time on the side of the HSCC that they don't need to scramble the cars just yet. So as soon as everybody is in the assembly area, then progress can be made, but we'll be a few minutes yet, I think, before the cars are going to be released. And there's the final race of the day, the Janet Cesar Memorial Trophy, to come after this. It is worth perhaps bearing in mind already that we have a Grand Prix date for next year, the first weekend of July, and it's already on sale at the popular event this year. So the first weekend of July set to be a sell-out again for next year. The other events at Silverstone Canada being put together, which will include, of course, the Walker Hayes Trophy, the equivalent weekend next year, but touring cars, European Le Mans Series, and others planned for next season here at the home of Brilliant Motor Racing. And cars, I think, are on the move down into the assembly area. One or two are starting to creep forward, so now the cars will be released around for one full formation lap and then slot onto the grid. It's only, again, 8 laps, so just like the heats, the pre-final 8 laps. And the last of the cars to leave the assembly area now, meaning that we are in business. Good to see so many people crowding the balcony at Brooklands, with a great view overlooking the approach to Brooklands Corner. Apologies that the BRDC grandstand's out of use this weekend. That's along with the clubhouse having some work done for next year, but it will be open for next year's Walter Hayes Trophy.
On that subject,
yes.
The Wellington Straight grandstand is open.
Okay.
Yeah, which a friend of mine's here, he's just popped up and he said, I was trying to get out of the wind. I went in the Wellington Straight grandstand. It was like being in a wind tunnel. But it is open. It gives you a very similar view to the BRDC. And tomorrow, the Cops grandstand is open. Cops, the one on the outside, that gives you a great view of the main straight, pit straight, and also the run up to Beckett's.
It does indeed, right. So good places to watch from around the circuit. And there is, of course, also the live stream available, which you can probably get on your phone as well if you want to see the bits of the circuit that you can't see from the human eye. So everybody on track then, around for one lap, slot into place on the grid. Ben Sims on pole position, number 19, with the Jomo run by the Sims Engineering concern. It's the car that goes back to 1968, this class for the older set of cars. Mark McKenna lining up with him, one of the extra runners, the man from Swords, with the Crosley 35F, a 1979 car. And then you've got 125 Chris Porritt, third on the grid with the Titan, a 1971 chassis. Fourth on the grid, number 18, Jack van der Ende, in the Duckham's livered Van Diemen RF78 in period. That was the sort of car that Cameron Binney was one of the very successful drivers in terms of championship and race wins. And on the evidence of his history, you'd think that Jack van der Ende could well be a winner, or certainly a podium finisher in this race. Starting fifth, number 98, is Leon Frost, the man from Horsham, with the Merlin Mark 20A, run by Mike O'Brien's Speed Sport team. And then sixth on the grid, 130, Dominic Mooney, the Droitwich driver, with the Jamin T2, a car that dates back to 1970. So Ben Sims crawling his way up towards the grid. Of course, the whole point of a warming up lap is to get warmth into the tyres, but some of them are going so slowly that you wonder whether it's done any good whatsoever. And certainly not quite the same aggressive weaving going on here that we've had from some of the earlier heats during the course of the day. So slowly, Ben Sims comes to the grid. I suppose one argument is that by going slowly, he bunches everybody up and doesn't have to wait on the grid for very long. However, we are getting there. The last few cars coming out of Woodcote. Dominic Mooney's Jamin then up to the grid. Crosley's in profusion. Van Diemen's as well. Lots of RF 79s or earlier. The Royal RP26, number 51, that's Joe Aaron's car, the Enigma engined entry. And as far as the back of the grid is concerned, I think everybody is there, just checking them off as they come up to the grid. 141 Paul Unsworth will slot into place with the Lola. Robbie Allen is there, number 31 in the Shaw's Motorsport Van Diemen RF79. I think we may have lost Peter Hammond's use, I'm afraid to say. Yes, 277 is missing from last on the grid, but other than that, looks like everybody is present and correct. So the marshals now quickly getting everybody into place. There are cars going down the pit lane, but only in as much as they are then heading across the paddock to slot into position in the assembly area for the last race of the day. So we're almost there. So as soon as Jamie Perry, number 58, is into position, in the Crosley 40F, then we ought to be able to get things underway. So one gap. In fact, there might be another 2, 4 rows up. 41, Nigel Smith, I think, might also be missing from the 8th row of the grid. So it looks like there's a gap there as well. Anyway, the green flag is about to be shown at the back. The lights go red then, and so to get the Carl Heyman Trophy pre-final underway, the lights go out and a good getaway made by Ben Sims from pole position as the cars accelerate down towards Copse for the first time, and for second place as they turn through, it looks as though it is going to be Chris Porritt and then Jackie van der Ende in third. So not a great start by Mark McKenna, the green and white car from the inside of the front row, falling back into 4th place, but Ben Sims has checked out already.
He has indeed, yes. He won the Classic Formula 4 Championship last year, so he's well used to this Jomo, and he's well out in the lead. Second place is with Chris Porritt, as you suggest, another driver who's had a huge amount of experience in Formula 4, but also, as I think you mentioned earlier, Formula 2 car now he's driving, which is very quick indeed.
And he's under attack as Jackie van der Ende comes up to the outside line, so van der Ende making progress, one or two others being all very heroic under braking, diving down towards Woodcote that time, which I think included amongst them people like Luke McShane gaining ground. So at the end of the lap, it is going to be Ben Sims up front, but Jack van der Ende now into second place, and if he can shake off the gaggle behind him, he might be able to go after the race leader, but Ben Sims has got an absolutely massive advantage at the end of lap 1. Van der Ende is second, McKenna is third, and then it's 3 abreast for 4th place as they go through. Chris Porritt along with Leon Frost and then Joe Ahrens. Now he's made good progress up from 12th on the grid. Joe Ahrens now running in 6th place in that Blue Royale, going really nicely.
Coming up towards Beckett's for the second time, and Ben Sims well out on his own at the front, but what a battle for second place. It's the Duckham's coloured car that's gone into second now, Mark McKenna. So no, that's not Mark McKenna, is it? Sorry, Jack van der Ende in the Duckham's coloured car. Then it's Mark McKenna in 3rd place, and then the rest of them behind. Talk about 20-wheel, it's more like 40-wheel car coming down under the bridge.
So here they come then, with McKenna to the outside of van der Ende. The Crosley goes one-sided. Joe Ahrens in the Royale absolutely sends it up the inside to go 3rd. So McKenna up to 2nd, Ahrens for 3rd, and van der Ende gets mugged and falls back to 4th place there. So I think to say they caught him napping might be a little unfair, but it was certainly an attack on both sides, and he couldn't stem either of them in the end. All of which means at the end of the lap, Ben Sims is still even further away up the road. Mark McKenna is 2nd, but Joe Ahrens having a great go here. Goes up the inside line in the Blue Royale down towards Copse. He should be able to outbrake Mark McKenna to go 2nd, and he does. So Ahrens is 2nd from 12th on the grid. McKenna is 3rd. Van der Ende is 4th, and in 5th place now you've got number 98, which is Leon Frost with the Merlin.
And that tremendous battle coming up to Beckett's now, and it's Joe Ahrens who takes second place as they came into Beckett's. Joe's always gone well at this meeting. 3rd place is the 119 car of Mark McKenna. Then it's the Duckham's car, number 19 of, got it wrong again, 18 of Jack van der Ende as they come down under the bridge. But really, there's probably 10 cars in that second place battle.
You're on your wits van der Ende here, aren't you? Down they come towards Brooklands
Thank you.
with Joe Ahrens in 2nd place just, Mark McKenna 3rd, Jack van der Ende 4th. How is Rick Morris getting on in all of this? He's up to 12, he's edging his way forward. In 5th place though now, it is Tom Gadd, I think, number 112 making progress. But Ben Sims is almost into the final tomorrow. He's that far up the road. He's gone through again with another fastest lap of the race to his name. He's 2.6 seconds ahead of Ahrens. McKenna is 3rd, van der Ende 4th, Gadd 5th, Frost 6th. Chris Porritt is 7th. In 8th place now, it is number 133, that being Cal Bennett. In 9th place, it's number 130, Dominic Mooney. And 10th is number 75, and that is the Harrison Morrow Royale.
Well, Joe Ahrens is still coming under pressure from the 119 car of Mark McKenna, and also Tom Gadd is up there now. Not a name we've mentioned in this lead battle before. He's got ahead of van der Ende and McKenna, so or behind McKenna, so he's up into 4th place. Van der Ende back 1, and then Frost in 6th.
And I'm afraid that Jamie Perry has brought the Crosley 40F to see Paul Truswell in the pit lane. So that car, which was at the back of the grid anyway, looks like it's a retirement as the lead battle then comes towards us. The race leader out on his own, but for 2nd spot then, we've got 4 of them at least. Ahrens is ahead of Gadd, McKenna is ahead of van der Ende, and then in now 6th place, Leon Frost, as they go diving down towards Copse Corner, but none of them being able to do anything at all about the lap times of Ben Sims, who's just away and gone up front. So Ahrens in 2nd place, and he's coming under attack from Tom Gadd. As you say, he's getting better and better as this race wears on.
Yes, and he's right up behind Ahrens now, and I'm just looking for where Rick Morris has got to. I see he's gone up, yes, he's on the back of that group, although the back part of the group is split away now from the front part, so quite a lot of work for Rick to do to get up with the 2nd place battle, but nevertheless he is making progress. But Ben Sims, my goodness, what a tremendous lead he's got now.
John Hayes-Harlow being given a 5-second penalty, one assumes for track limits, as Joe Ahrens slides the Blue Royale RP26 up towards Luffield. Tom Gadd behind him, then Jack van der Ende in 4th place, running in the rather more modern Duckham's colours, and then the race leaders to come over the timing line. So Ben Sims goes by, well clear up front then, from Joe Ahrens in 2nd spot, and Ahrens has just done the fastest lap of the race. Now he's got the lead gap down to 1.6 seconds, and that time around he was about 0.6 quicker. So Ahrens, now that he's clear of the pack behind, is on a mission.
Not actually clear, because he's got one car following him through, which is 112 of Tom Gadd, who's caught him and is with him. But hopefully, if they're working together, then they can try and close down on Ben Sims. Then we've got next through a 4-car battle, which is 3 abreast onto the Wellington Straight. On the best position on the inside there is the car number 18 of Jack van der Ende, the Duckham's coloured car, which has the inside for Brooklands.
Down they come for 2nd and 3rd places then. Tom Gadd crawling all over the back of Ahrens, but Joe is edging ever closer to Ben Sims. Now, the curiosity in all of this is that the last lap for Ben was a personal best. The sectors on this lap have been personal bests, but the gap is absolutely disappearing. So even though he looked dominant early on, I think he's on borrowed time here. The leaders have gone through now to put 6 laps in the book, so we've got 2 laps to go, and the gap is certainly coming down between them. So Ben Sims leads now by only 0.9 of a second from Joe Ahrens, and Tom Gadd 3rd has done the fastest lap of the race.
Of course, he's getting a great tow from Joe Ahrens ahead, isn't he? So they're coming into Beckett's now, and that 0.9 of a gap is probably nearer 0.6 as they come through Beckett's visually and out onto the Wellington Straight. Ben Sims has so much experience in Formula Ford racing. You kind of wonder whether he's got a slight problem, or whether he just hasn't got the pace of the other two, because Joe Ahrens closing right up on him.
Absolutely right, and as I say, Ben Sims still doing good lap times, good sector times. His last lap was only a 10th down on his absolute race best, but he's been reeled in by Ahrens, who has been reeled in by Gadd, and so now as the cars come up through Luffield, they're about to start the last lap. Well, we've had a day of race winners under huge pressure. Is Ben Sims going to be able to resist the pressure for one lap? Joe Ahrens goes across the line, almost level pegging with him. He's going to be ahead, I think, by the time they get to Copse Corner. Joe Ahrens has the pace in a straight line. He goes through. So Joe Ahrens does lead going into Copse Corner. The real question mark now, not so much whether Ben Sims can fight back, Alistair, but whether he can hang on to 2nd place.
Yeah, that's right. Yes, it looks as though he is at the moment hanging on to 2nd place, but trying to get around the outside is the car of Tom Gadd, but that doesn't work. So it's 3 for the lead as they go out, with Joe Ahrens at the front, Ben Sims in 2nd place, Tom Gadd in 3rd place. The way that Joe Ahrens got past Ben Sims, you'd expect him to pull away, but of course Ben has now got the tow, so he's able to close in on Ahrens as they go down to Brooklands.
And they're not quite going to be side by. But a really fascinating race. The way that Ben Sims had cleared off in the distance early doors, you would have thought that he was never going to be caught, and yet even though the car was still quick, those behind just got faster and faster, didn't they, and towed themselves back into contention. So great drive by Joe Ahrens, and he comes through as our winner of the pre-final. and an excellent job done by Joe. We'll hear from him very shortly, along with Ben Sims, to explain exactly what was going on, and Tom Gadd finishing in that third place. So the winning cars will make their way down the pit road, and Joe Ahrens, in the end, the winner by just 74 thousandths of a second. One more race still to come, that being for the Janet Cesar Memorial Trophy pre-final. We'll come to that shortly, but first of all, we've got 3 more drivers to hear from. And Joe Ahrens taking the race win from Ben Sims in second place, Tom Gadd for third. Fourth, Mark McKenna, fending off the challenge of Jack van der Ende. Chris Porritt was sixth, Leon Frost seventh ahead of Harrison Morrow, Rick Morris ninth, and in 10th it was Dominic Mooney. Robbie Allen 11th ahead of Dominic Shepherd, with 13th and 14th being George Townsend and Anthony Denham. Right, cars have arrived. Ian Titchmarsh has arrived, and in a moment he's going to flick a switch and magically make noise from the pit lane. He says, hopefully. Ian.
David, hello. Right, well, Val Adaway, whose firm Formula Services has sponsored this race, given the trophy for this race, she will present the trophy to Joe Ahrens before we have a word with him. So, Ben Sims in second place, Tom Gadd third, and Joe, if you could come and collect your trophy. Joe, step forward. Yeah. Okay, got all the cameras, pictures you want. Ben, and do we want a top 3 huddle, a top 3 cluster? So Tom, come and join the group. And Val will present the medallions to Ben and to Tom. And let me have a word. Oh, more photographs. Right. Well, Joe, from way back on the grid, you were something like on the 10th row, weren't you?
I think I was 12th, so not too far back, but quite a long way.
What did you anticipate you'd be able to achieve before the race?
Well, I was just hoping to go forward as much as possible, to be honest. Having been out in the wet session this morning for quali obviously meant I was a long way back. So I was hoping to get up the front so I could fight for it tomorrow, but it worked out better than expected.
Now, this car you've got, the Royale RP24, one of the classic Formula Ford cars, but you probably weren't born when it was built.
No, definitely not. It's a good bit older than me, but it's a good bit of kit and it's a great car.
Yeah, and you used to have a Van Diemen, didn't you?
Yeah, I used to race Richard Darling's Van Diemen. So I've done a few Hayes now. I think this is my 5th one overall, I think.
Right, so anyway, well done. And plans for tomorrow is to win the trophy.
Well, yes, hopefully we'll do the same again, but I won't have to come from 12th. But
well done. It was a great drive. Ben, we thought you'd made the escape, but in the end he caught you. How come?
He
had a more modern car.
Well, yeah, okay, let's go with that one, shall we? It is probably the oldest car on the grid, the Jomo. So, you know, I'll take that as a second is quite respectable. We'll have that. It's all right.
Well, we'll go and research that, but you could well be right, yes, because it's basically an Alexis, isn't it, that car?
It's very similar, yeah. So the two guys, Keith Vickery and Mr. Alexis, knew each other quite well. So they actually co-developed the cars. So there is some similarities to it. I used to have an Alexis as well, so I know them both quite well. That one is very slightly different in a few little ways, but it's a great car. It works well. So.
Well, yes. How many years have you had it now?
Good God, I don't know.
All right, he doesn't know. It's a long time. And you still like racing that in particular?
Yeah, it's good economical fun. 1600 racing is the best, as everybody here knows. It is the best racing out there. Yeah. Having done other things, I keep coming back to it, and it puts a smile on my face. That's what it's all about.
Well done, Ben. We'll look forward to seeing you tomorrow. And where's Tom got to? Hello, Tom. In amongst all these elder statesmen of Formula Ford, what's possessed you to get an old Formula Ford car to race?
Well, we've always had an eye on it. Dad retired last year, so he had something to spend his pension on. So we made sure to find something nice and expensive for him to blow it all on. And yeah, we just said like Ben said, it is the best racing we've seen. We've come from other single seaters but there's nothing quite like this.
No, well, I'm old enough to remember when it all began, which was a long time ago, but it's never changed. It's all been great. I'll have a word with Val in a moment. So your hopes for tomorrow?
I think, considering first year, if we can finish the same as we did today, I'll be well happy with that. 2 positions higher up would be nice, but no, considering first year racing against 2 people who've done it for a long time, I'm over the moon with that.
Is that your first podium?
We won a race at Snetterton early in the year and had a few podiums throughout the year in the Classic Series, but first time at the Walter Hayes.
Well done, Tom.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
And just have a quick word with Val. Val, of course, you remember Formula Ford when it began, like I do.
Yeah, I do remember, and I agree with what the drivers have said. It's still the best racing, and I love it.
Yeah, it's fantastic. Long may it continue.
Yeah, definitely.
Thanks very much for your support for the race.
It's okay. I just like giving back a bit.
Yeah, thanks, Val. So Formula Services rains.
Well, it did rain, but not anymore.
No, we remember the name though.
Thank you.
Thanks, Val. Thank you. Have a good remainder of the weekend. And now with one more Formula Ford race of the day to come, back to David.
Ian, thanks. Car's already on track. Yeah, Formula Services was the ultimate paperwork service. All the information, drivers' entries, commentator information sheets, which were a thing for a long, long time. Val Adaway's company used to handle all of that, so drivers didn't have to worry about all the paperwork side, and they could enter a race, and she would handle all of that extra administration part of their racing. The Janet Cesar Memorial Trophy pre-final, though, is going to round out the day. The cars for that are on the circuit. They will do their 1 formation lap round to the grid, and pole position is going to be number 21, Alex Ames. With him at the front of the grid, Doug Crosby, number 54. The second row, 143, Jaap Blijleven, and 71, Andrew Schofield. Row 3, 243, Callum Grant, and 46, Arno Doos. And the fourth row, 27, Stephen O'Connor, and 77, James Clark. The fifth row of the grid, 48, Ben Tilley, and 191, Bob Hawkins. Row 6, 44, Paul Mason, and 67 is Stuart Adam. Row 7, 190, Henry Campbell, 115, Benjamin Montero. Row 8, the Australian driver John Blanchard, number 38, supercar team owner. Dave Parks in 148 alongside him. The 9th row, 173, Connor Kay, 114, Neil Hunt for company. The 10th row, 81, Sam Street, and 56, Matt Taylorson. Row 11, 25, Matt Smith, and 84 of Gaius Ginn. The 12th row, number 14, that's Gerhard Hauschulte, and 106, Andrew Ames. The 13th row, number 8, Nigel Dolan, number 50, Dave Porter. Row 14, number 49, Tim Fitzgerald, and 91 is Ben Turner. The 15th row, 24, Wayne Rushworth, and 17 is Klaus-Dieter Heckel. The 16th row, 188, Nigel Thompson, 177, Kuhn Barretta, and at the back of the grid, number 94, Simon Hadfield. 33 cars, therefore, that gives us our biggest grid of the day, and 8 laps should fly by. We might find ourselves with 1 or 2 gaps on this, because we know that 1 or 2 have had dramas across the heats, whether it's been incidents or mechanical, but we'll see in a moment as the cars come to the grid. So Alex Ames for pole position. He is there, despite the fact the car picked up a little bit of damage earlier on in the day. Doug Crosby to line up with him on the front row. Blue car, white for Jaap Blijleven, blue and white Andrew Schofield on the 3rd row. Callum Grant is there, so is Arno Doos. Stephen O'Connor is there, even though he's had a moment or 2. James Clark's car is good to go, so is Ben Tilley. Bob Hawkins is there. Paul Mason comes up to the grid. Stuart Adam is next. And you've got Henry Campbell, who's been a regular in this event over the years. Benjamin Montero in the orange and silver colours. John Blanchard and Dave Parks for the 8th row of the grid. So far, so good. Everybody is present and correct. And Taylorson then. One car down the pit lane. Who is that? That is 91 coming down the pit road, Ben Turner. 25, Matthew Smith is there. Did I see Gaius Giddens, Reynard? Yes, I did. Gerhard Hauschulte, I think, is there. The cannon liveried Van Diemen of Andrew Ames slotting into place. Nigel Dolan is there. Dave Porter in his distinctive green Van Diemen, another regular at this over the years, is there. Then you've got Tim Fitzgerald. Ben Turner, if he starts, then he's going to have to start from the pit lane. Got Wayne Rushworth, got Klaus-Dieter Heckel, and Simon Hadfield is there at the back. So everybody is on track, or has been on track, but as I say, Ben Turner now down the pit road. So if he starts at all, it's going to be from the pits, but the car's disappeared from view, so it might be that it's had to dive to a garage in the pit lane and is being attended to. So the last few cars stretch back. Of course, Silverstone, one of those places where the start and finish lines are in different places. Start line a bit further down the pit straight. Timing line has to be in front of the timekeepers, so that's why the timing line is on the exit of Woodcote. That's where the timing room is, but the start line further down the pit straight so that the cars don't arrive at turn 1 on cold tyres at too fast a speed as they would if they'd started further back towards Woodcote. Everybody then is ready for a 5-second board to be shown. Drivers now look towards the lights. Final race of day 1 of the Walter Hayes Trophy, then the Janet Cesar Memorial Trophy pre-final. Ready to go, lights are red, engine notes rise, lights out. A good getaway made by Ames from pole position, who launches away really nicely on the way down towards Copse Corner, but on the inside line, Doug Crosby tries to brave it out with him, but it is going to be Alex Ames who leads. Crosby goes second. Callum Grant on the outside line also trying to gain ground as the field funnels its way through Copse up towards Beckett. It's our biggest grid of the day. Let's see whether or not they can all survive lap 1.
Well, big lead for Alex Ames as he comes into Beckett. Somebody coming right up the inside, doesn't actually collect anyone, is Stephen O'Connor, number 27, the red car. He did manage to make it through, and he's up into 5th place now. But Alex Ames it is, who's rather like Ben Tilley in the previous race, has made a big break. Ben Sims, sorry, in the previous race.
We're about to have a change for second place. I think it's Callum Grant launches himself up the inside to go second at the end of Wellington Straight and does go through. Another man to keep an eye on, I think, is Arnaud Douce up into 4th place in the sort of pseudo Marlborough liveried car and making good progress. Arnaud Douce then goes by as the leader. He's about to emerge from Woodcote, so 1 lap in the book. Alex Ames, another cigarette livery, goes through ahead of Callum Grant in 2nd place. Doug Crosby 3rd, and then 4th is Arnaud Douce with Stephen O'Connor in that battle pack as well as the leaders go by then. So good first lap that by Alex Ames, already being able to build a bit of an advantage over the opposition. Callum Grant then running in 2nd place.
Yes, he is, and he's being challenged by Doug Crosby as they come into Beckett's, but Alex Ames already onto the Wellington Straight. Then it's Callum Grant, Doug Crosby, Stephen O'Connor up another place at this end of the circuit, up into 4th now after that really late braking manoeuvre last time, which he managed to gather up thankfully without touching anyone, but he now is trying to close in on the 2nd place battle.
And I think succeeding in so doing, because as they dive down to Brooklyn, you've got cars everywhere this time, and under attack then is 77 at the moment, that being James Clark with his Van Diemen, but he's at the head of a 6-7 car train. Alex Ames coming up towards the line then, so last time he was ahead by 1.5 seconds from Callum Grant. The gap between them as they come through this time is 1.3 seconds. Callum Grant goes quicker, brings that gap down, but he's taking Doug Crosby with him, and then just about everybody else coming through in a huge wave further back, 3-4 abreast as they came out of Woodcote. We're on lap 3, leaders heading up towards you.
And into Beckett's once again. Ames still on his own. Callum Grant in 2nd place, then being challenged by Doug Crosby. But then the 4th place battle is Stephen O'Connor ahead of James Clark, and alongside is the Frenchman Arnaud Douce, who does a lot of similar racing in the French series, Classic Series. So he knows the car very well, but perhaps not Silverstone circuit.
So down they come again into Brooklands. Arnaud Douce may not know Silverstone that well, but he's keeping at bay Ben Tilley right now, and he's still in that leading gaggle as the cars now come up towards Luffield once again. We're getting a driving standards flag, I think, being prepared for somebody this time, but it's the end of lap number 3 for Alex Ames. The gap that he had was 1.3 seconds. Callum Grant still there in 2nd place, Doug Crosby 3rd, and then 4th place. There's a long queue being headed now by 27 Stephen O'Connor, having got himself up ahead of 77 of James Clark. In 6th place, going down through Copse Corner now, is Arnaud Douce, and one car's got a problem coming past the pits, slowly goes down towards Copse. There's a yellow light that has come on at Copse. There's a car off at Copse and into the gravel, and I think a couple have tripped over themselves. Another one has been rather delayed, so there's one, I think, Alistair Black car rejoining from Copse, but it's all kicked off down there.
Yes, I saw the dust cloud come up. Yes, it's not quite with me yet, the car that's rejoined. I'll have a look for that. But the leader's already down to Brooklands, and a brilliant battle for 2nd place. The car that's recovered after the spin is as he comes round to us. 67 is the one, so that's Stuart Adam.
Right, the oof you would have heard in the background was because James Clark was just edged towards the grass by Stephen O'Connor and then got right into his gearbox at Brooklands. I thought he was going to end in tears, but they have survived it as Alex Ames goes through ahead of Callum Grant, who's still got Doug Crosby up behind him. Then it is O'Connor ahead of Clark. Those two still 4th and 5th. Arnaud Deuce goes through in 6th place. It's Ben Tilley 7th, and then Dave Parks is next up. But Alex Ames responding to the challenge of those behind. Another new fastest lap now, 63.074, and he's still leading by nearly 2 seconds.
We do have another car off just before Maggots on the outside of the circuit, up against the wall, facing the wrong way. So Marshall's in attendance, but can't really see what's happened there. But I suspect we will get, or a yellow flag will stay there for a while now because they can't move it. But the leaders already on their way back down, and this tremendous battle for second place between Callum Grant and Doug Crosby continues with not much more than a paper-thin piece between them.
Arnaud Deuce is going great guns though, because he's threading his way forward all the time. We found the car, yes, with its nose towards the barrier over at Maggots then, so we've got that yellow flag to factor in as the leader Alex Ames comes through now to put 5 laps in the book. And unlike the previous race where we had somebody with a big advantage early on, he's preserved his. He's been able to keep the gap over Callum Grant with Doug Crosby in 3rd place. 4th, it's James Clark ahead of Ben Tilley. Arnaud Deuce is in 6th place, so we have lost O'Connor, and we've got Simon Hadfield, who's got all caught up now with number 114 of Neil Hunt, and that I think is over at Luffield. It is. We've got 2 cars that are stranded in the road at Luffield. So Simon Hadfield getting out of his car, Neil Hunt getting out of his car, and I'm not convinced that with 2 of them locked together on the circuit, this race is necessarily going to go all the way without more coloured flags. However, we'll worry about that in a moment. The leaders have probably gone past you.
They have, yes. They're down into Brooklands, and I suspect that's Stephen O'Connor at Maggots, isn't it? Because an all-red car it is. Yeah, I can't see the number, but yeah. So I wonder whether he got involved in that spin that we saw earlier on.
Well, the leaders have just come out of Luffield. They've gone past the incident zone. As I say, we've got these 2 cars stranded, and that's now going to put 6 laps in the book. So 2 to go. Alex Ames goes through ahead, still of Callum Grant and Doug Crosby. Dave Parks now, number 148, comes up to have a go at Arnaud Deuce as they come past the pits, and I think Dave Parks ought to be able to get through as they head into Cox then. So we're on to lap 7 of 8, still with these cars all tangled up over at Luffield.
And Arnaud Deuce needs to keep his elbows in now, because he's just got the black and white warning flag as the battle for second place comes up into Beckett's, and it's been joined by James Clark now, and actually Ben Tilley's not far behind either, but it's 3 for second, led still by Callum Grant, with Doug Crosby in the very similar coloured car to James Clark in 3rd and 4th.
I think O'Connor survived. He's in 10th, but he got a penalty for track limits. It wasn't that red car up against the wall, it was another one, but you're right, he had dropped back. The race leaders are about to come through then to start the last lap of the race, and excellent work by the marshals. I think we are pretty much clear over at Luffield, so the cars are on the grass, they're off the track, they're out of harm's way, and that means that now as the leaders go by, Alex Ames is clear of Callum Grant by, 3.4 seconds. It's been a very, very impressive drive this by Alex Ames, and Callum in turn has got Doug Crosby tucked up behind him, and James Clark in the other blue car has caught up with him as well now.
Yes, it's a 3-car battle for second, and it's still Callum Grant leading. It's James Clark 3rd in that group, and Ben Tilley has joined the back of the group, so it's now a 4-car battle, and this is the last lap, isn't it? So Callum Grant holding off Doug Crosby, James Clark going to the outside, no other option, Doug Crosby staying on the left, and Ben Tilley getting a good tow at the back there for possibly 3rd place.
It's going to be an Alex Ames win. That's 2nd, 3rd, 4th is all up for grabs, because now James Clark tries to go around the outside of Doug Crosby, and Callum Grant trying to fend them off as well then. So the Boltonian just hangs on a 2nd spot. The checkered flag is at the ready. We'll get Alex Ames across the line, I think, first then, because after a very dominant display, the versatile Alex Ames is going to come through to take the race win. Alex Ames takes the checkered flag to win then the Janet Sissar Memorial Trophy pre-final from Callum Grant 2nd. Doug Crosby was just pipped on the line, so James Clark got 3rd by 23 thousandths of a second from Doug Crosby. So having been in 3rd place for the bulk of it, ultimately dumped out of 4th was Doug Crosby. Ben Tilley was 5th, Dave Parks was 6th, Andrew Schofield took 7th, 8th was Paul Mason, 9th in the end Arnaud Deuce dropped back, and 10th to Gaius Ginn. I think that was about the only easy Formula Ford race winner we've had of the day, Alex Ames. You could argue that was deserved, given that he'd had a bit of contact in his heat, which damaged the car and gave him 1 or 2 scares. But even so, a really good drive that to get away early on, leave everybody else squabbling behind him, and Alex Ames coming through for victory. So we've got one final presentation of the day to do. And look at that, all done by 3:20, not bad going. Alex Ames wins the Janet Cesar Memorial Trophy pre-final from Callum Grant and Doug Crosby, put back into 3rd place. So having said that he'd not been ahead, the timing screen has had another think about this, and Doug Crosby is given 3rd. I know James Clark's car had a transponder glitch, so maybe that was what was triggering it. So Alex Ames, Callum Grant and Doug Crosby are the top 3 after all. 4th, James Clark from Ben Tilley, 5th, and Dave Park 6th. Top 10 completed by Andrew Schofield and Paul Mason, Arnaud Duce and Gaius Ginn. So Alex Ames, Callum Grant, Doug Crosby, the 3 that we need. And for one last time today, at least, Ian Titchmarsh is down in the presentation area. Ian.
Thank you, David. Yes, so we've got those 3 that you gave us. So Alex Ames, the winner, convincingly. Callum Grant in 2nd place, and in 3rd place, Crosby. And I think Val is going to do the... Are you going to? No. So Val Underway is going to do the honours with the Janet Cesar Trophy. I believe that's... Yes, James? So we'll do the presentation first, which is what James prefers. Then we'll talk to the top 3 drivers. So could, gentlemen, make your way onto the kind of podium area with the entrance end. Alex, take your place, and Val will give you a hat. And the Janet Cesar pre-final trophy. Photographs will be taken. And if we, Callum Grant join in the happy huddle. And well done, Callum, and Doug Grant, Doug as well, please. Could you take up your place? Doug Crosby getting his medallion as well, and a hat. There we are. Want more of a huddle, do you? There's quite a lot of photographers of this one. Right, lots of happy faces, as we've had all day with the way they enjoy Formula Ford racing. So start off with our winner. Not straightforward, because you had to work for it on the first lap to open up the gap, didn't you, Alex?
Yeah, so I did have to push pretty hard on the first lap to break the toe, and I thought, well, if they sit there squabbling for a little while, they can give me a gap, and I'll just keep looking and seeing how close or whether I need to push a bit more. So yeah, it was a nice controlled one, but still had to work for it.
Yeah, well, yes, it wasn't just a piece of cake or anything like that at all. Do you enjoy what you do? Because how many festivals of Walter Hayes trophies have you done now?
It's quite a few. So I think my first one was in 2005. Sold my Formula Ford, and then I've come back to Formula Ford because it's such an enjoyable motorsport event. It's always close racing, and it's just it's like a big family, so I really do enjoy it.
And this is somebody who's raced proper Formula 3 cars, haven't you?
Formula 3 cars, yeah, lots of historic things, Le Mans Classic and all sorts of stuff, so it's very nice to still come back and do this.
Well done. Congratulations on the win, Alex. Callum Grant, a regular winner, but today having to settle for second, Callum.
Yeah, well, I'm lacking about 6 miles an hour in the straights to Alex, so just didn't stand a chance. Me and Dougie had a good race. James came up pretty close towards the end. Yeah, it's a good race, and see what we can do tomorrow.
Yeah, you find that extra speed tomorrow, overnight?
I think £60,000 of development would probably come first.
Is that what you need? Yes, OK. Well, you have to find yourself a sponsor. Right. Anyway, well done, Callum.
Cheers, thanks.
And Doug in third place. happy with that because you had quite a battle going on around you, didn't you?
Yeah, we were sort of battling and working together to try and catch Alex. Didn't have a great start. Alex broke the toe, and me and Callum were trying to work together, but he's just too fast.
Well, looking forward to tomorrow. Got plans? It may rain tomorrow, of course.
Let's hope so. I'll be better in the wet.
Okay, well, bring rain to Silverstone, we know to blame. So what are your hopes for tomorrow?
Go further forward in this and do a decent place in the final and have a good racing with these two.
Well done today.
Thank you very much.
There we are. So that ends it from the pit lane, and back up to David to wrap up for the day.
Ian, thanks very much. Better also just make sure that the Beckett's box has been vacated, because Alistair, if you're still there, it's been a good day of racing to kick us off.
Absolutely excellent. Yes, my favourite meeting of the year, I think. It's just wonderful, and everybody enjoys it as well. And you can see that with the chat that Ian's having with the drivers, really enjoying themselves. Some really, really good driving today and really good racing.
Absolutely.
Looking forward to tomorrow.
To come tomorrow, indeed. Yes, excellent. Alistair, for now, thank you very much. Alistair Douglas up at Beckett's. We will hear from tomorrow. Thanks also to Paul Truswell for manning the pit lane during the course of the day. Paul's going to go and get warm tomorrow over at Beckett's, so we'll hear from Paul tomorrow. And we will be back for qualifying and for racing from 9 o'clock for day 2 of the Walter Hayes Trophy. But for now, thanks as ever to all of the marshals for their sterling efforts during the day. Thanks to James Beckett and his organising team from Paul Truswell and Alistair Douglas and Ian Titchmarsh and me, David Addison. We'll see you tomorrow. Goodbye for now.